Into the VB Toolbox. In this tutorial, I'll be showing you how to establish a connection to a Microsoft SQL database using visualbasic.net. For this tutorial, it is expected that you already have a SQL server that is operational and accessible and the necessary credentials to log into that server. What I'll be using in my environment is Microsoft SQL Server 2008 Express, and I've set up a test database here called SQL Apps, as well as a basic forum structure, including a members table, forum boards, threads, and replies. And as you can see, from my management studio, I can already query that database. It is functional and working. So what I want to do is, first off, just establish a connection to the database from my application. So let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to go back to my Visual Studio Start page here. From here, I'm going to create a new project, and it'll be a Windows Forms application. I'm going to call it SQL App. And hit OK, and that will generate a project template for us. From here, what I'm going to do is create a SQL Connection class. You can put all your SQL code in your main form if you want. I just like to break it out to kind of keep it clean. So in our Solution Explorer, if you can't see that, click View and Solution Explorer. You should be able to get to that. Click on your project header and then right-click and add a new class. And I'm going to name my class SQL Control, SQL Control. Then I'll click Add. That creates a new class outline for us. Now the first thing to connecting to a SQL database is making sure that you have imported the proper library. So we're going to start by saying imports system .sql, data .sql, and then imports system .data .sql client. All right, and with those libraries accessible, we can now create a SQL connection and our SQL command to connect to our database and query it. So we'll start out by adding a public SQL con, that'll be our connector, as a new SQL connection. And we're going to have to supply it some values. You can do it either directly here or in a new sub. I'm just going to do it right here and kind of kill two birds with one stone. So I'm going to click with and open some curly braces and supply a connection string. And this connection string is very important for establishing our connection. So we have to supply at least 4 parameters here to get a connection to our database. One, a server pointer, and then a database pointer, and then we have to supply our credentials for connecting to that database. So first thing we'll do is supply a server, and your server is going to be your server and instance that you're trying to connect to. In my case, my server instance is on an old Minecraft box, and so it's Minecraft / SQL Express is my instance. So that will be my server name. So I'll say Minecraft / SQL Express. Now each parameter in this string will be separated by a semicolon, so we'll add a semicolon after that, and now we will point to our database that we want to connect to. In my case, the database is SQL Apps. Okay, so I'm going to say database equals SQL Apps. All right. And finally, we need to supply a user and password with proper credentials to access our database. So I'm going to be using my default SQL Server admin account. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say user equals SA, that's the default account, and then I just need to supply a password. The password parameter is pwd, and set this to equal whatever your password is to connect. I'm going to say password1. Not very secure, but that's just perfect for a test. So I'm going to finalize that with one last semicolon. Not sure if that last one is absolutely required, but I like to put it in there anyway. So then I'm going to drop down and say public SQL command, and this is what you use for querying your database after you've successfully connected to it. So I'm going to say as SQL command, or command, sorry. We probably won't actually be using that in this part, but in the next segment we will, so I'm just going to add it now. Finally, to test whether our connection is successful or not, we're going to create a function. I'm going to say public function has connection, and I'm just going to return this as a Boolean value. So I'm going to say as Boolean. And in this function, what we'll do is we will simply test our SQL our connection string, and see if it successfully opens and closes. If not, we're going to fire back an exception message to tell us why it failed. And to do this, what we're going to use is a try catch. And this allows an error to occur without actually crashing your application. It's you can catch the exceptions and return them gracefully, and then return back to your application if it fails. So let's go ahead and just test our SQL connection by saying sqlcon.open. Now, if everything we've supplied here is accurate, then this should not fail. And if it is successful, then let's go ahead and clean up after ourselves and close that connection. Now, if there is an error, we're going to want to return that value, or we're going to want to at least have maybe some way of catching that. You could dump it to a log file or something. I'm just going to say, show me a message box telling me why it failed. So to do that, we'll capture the exception .message. So we'll say ex.message. Now, as a function, we need to return a value. So I'm going to say if the open and close occurs successfully, I'm going to say return true. Otherwise, return false. All right. So let's go ahead and test this connection and see what happens. See if my authentication information here is accurate. To do this, I'm going to go back to my main form, and I'm just going to create a new instance of this SQL control class that we created. But to do that, I'm just going to say dim SQL as a new instance of SQL control. Okay, so we're going to create a new instance of our SQL control class that we created, and then we can use that to call the has connection function. So what we'll do is we'll say if SQL.hasConnection equals true, then return to us a message box that says successfully connected. Let's go ahead and run that and see if it works. Might take me a moment here. This old box that I'm using as a SQL server is incredibly old and slow. So as you can see, the connection was a success. It was able to connect to the database and close its connection successfully. So let's go ahead and force it to crash. I'm going to go back to my SQL control and deliberately set one of these values to an incorrect value. I'm just going to put a D in my username, and then I'm going to run that again. And it immediately failed. It tried to log in, and it says it failed for user set. So my catch exception worked properly, and then it returned back to my main form without actually killing my application. So, as you can see, it was a complete success. And we can also try altering another parameter here. Let's mess up the database connection and put a T in front of that, run that, and boom, it caught another exception. Cannot open the database requested by the login. So it noticed that that was a failure as well. So and return that to the way it was. So as you can see, it's really very simple to connect to a SQL database. Now if you stick around, the next tutorial I will show you how to query the database and return values from it, from our fields. And we'll do this in a couple of different ways. We'll retrieve values and put them in a form, as well as just testing with message boxes and things like that. There are a number of other ways to return your data, as well as populating data grids, and hopefully we'll be able to cover that in an upcoming tutorial as well. So I hope you found this helpful for getting started. If this was helpful, please share it with anybody else that you think would find it useful, and if you like it, give me a thumbs up. I appreciate that. Thank you for coming along, and I look forward to sharing more with you on the next step. I will talk to you later. Bye-bye. Welcome to the VB Toolbox. This is part 2 in a series on accessing a Microsoft SQL database with Visual Basic.NET. In this tutorial segment, we will be covering how to query your database using your VB application. In part 1, we established a connection to our database and tested that connection. We'll start where we left off in that tutorial, and we'll be using the same code as the base. We'll start by opening that project. And now let's go to our Solution Explorer and open our SQL Control class that we created, if you don't already have that open. In part 1, we created a SQL command, and what this allows us to do is fire a query at the database using whatever your open connection is. In this case, it's SQL or SQL Con, which provides our connection string to our database. We've already tested the connection. We're going to go ahead and add a new sub to this, and I'm going to call this sub public sub run query. And let's go ahead and provide a query string. So I'm going to say query as string for the parameter. And in here we're going to use the try catch to make sure that we catch any errors that are returned from our query. So we'll say try, and it'll generate that code for us when we hit enter. And as before, we're going to use the SQL Con open and SQL Con close. So if you want, you can just copy and paste that down there in the try section. And for the exception catching, I'm going to say message box ex.message to capture any errors that we may have in our query. What we can do this in a couple of different ways. The first way I'm going to show you is how to read directly from the SQL server using the SQL data reader. That'll allow us to capture records pretty much as we see fit as it's iterating through those records. So to kind of give you an example, I'm going to go ahead and comment this. I'm going to say read directly from the database. And I'm going to create a SQL data reader by saying dim r as SQL data reader. And I'm going to set that to be equal to our SQL command. So SQL CMD, and the method we'll be using is execute reader. Next step, what we have to do is while this connection is open and this is reading, we want to loop through the records. So I'm going to say while r.read, and that gives us a loop. So as long as it's reading from the database and it hasn't come to the end, it will continue to return those values that we choose. So what we'll say, let's do message box. And there are two ways to return our records. You can call the records. We can say r and provide an index value. So 0 is always the first record. And if you have returned multiple records, you can do R1, R2. And another thing we can do is actually return the column name by using the data reader's getName method. So let's go ahead and return the column name first. I'm going to say r.getName. And I want to return the name of the first column in our query. And I'm going to concatenate on the value of that column. So I'm going to go ahead and just put a colon and a space there to separate the column name and the data that's in the cell. So I'm going to concatenate that on as well. And that should do it. So here we should be reading directly from the first table, the first column in the first cell that is returned. So I think that's all we need there. Let's go ahead and try creating a simple query here to our database. Again, to kind of review what I'm using here from part 1, I created a SQL Express server on an old box, and the database I'm using is my Sql Apps database. And I've created a simple forum structure for that. So I've got a members table, the forum boards, forum threads, and forum replies. So I'm going to run a simple query, something similar to this here. So let's just jump back to our application and go to form 1 in the code. You can get there by double-clicking your form. And I'm going to go ahead and comment out our test message. This will check to see that the connection is available from our first video. And if it is successful, we'll say SQL, calling out the instance of our SQL control class that we created, SQL dot run query. That's the new method we created. And now we need a query string. If you're familiar with the SQL language, which you should be for this tutorial, we're going to do a select. And I'm just going to grab the usernames from my members table. So I should be able to run this query, and it should loop through the available rows and grab the first cell in the first column. Oh, you see, I made a mistake here. I just now saw that. You might have seen it. The first index value is always 0. These are 0 base. So I want to grab the column name of the first column and the record in the first cell. So I'm going to go ahead and run that. And it says object reference is not set to an instance of the object. So we know that our catch exception is working properly. So what you can see that I did wrong here is I tried calling my Sql command without actually creating that command. So I'm going to come right up here and I'm going to say SQL CMD equals new Sql command. And the parameters I will use for that are my query string. I'm going to pass this query into this connection. I'm going to use my SQL con. So using a new instance of the Sql command to call upon this using this query, which we've provided here. So let's go ahead and run that again. And it's connecting. And there it is. So it has returned the column name, which is username, and added my little colon on there and a space, and return the username from that field. And it's going to loop through until it hits the end of that table, and then it will quit. So it's going to show us each user. Now that's kind of cool, and we know it works now, but it's not very useful to be firing back message boxes. So what I'm going to want to do is use a data grid and fill that with the information from my query. So rather than using a data reader, what I will end up doing is adding a SQL data adapter and creating a data set. So let's go ahead and add at the top of our class here, I'm going to add public SQL DA as SQL data adapter and public SQL data set as a data set. All right. Now we will scroll down and let's go ahead and comment out this data reader, because we don't want to use that anymore. We're going to do this a little bit differently. Now that we know we can query our database, I'm going to say load SQL records for data grid. Now we don't actually have a data grid yet. We will create that in a moment. First off, what we need to do is set our data adapter to reference our SQL commands. So we'll say SQL DA equals a new instance of the SQL data adapter, and we'll pass the SQL CMD into that. So that fires our query and connection into the data adapter, and SQL dataset will be equal to a new dataset, creates a fresh dataset, and we're going to fill the dataset with whatever comes out of our SQL data adapter. So what we'll do is we'll say SQL DA dot fill, and then we'll just pipe in our SQL data set. Pretty simple. Excuse me. So what that does, this creates a new data adapter referencing our query and our connection. This creates a brand new instance of a data set, and this fills the data set with data. Now you can't actually see that data as it is. If you wanted, you could actually probe that data using various methods, but instead what we're going to want to do is pipe that into a data grid on our main form. So it's a little more friendly and easier to read. Now there's one other thing. Once we start querying, it adds a second point of possible failure in our routine. So instead of maybe just crashing because it wasn't able to open the database, it might also crash because of the query. So what I'm going to want to do is say, if it crashes here, if there are any errors or exceptions, it's going to jump directly to our exception catch and fire whatever's in here, and then it's going to return back to the form, but it may not have actually closed the connection before it did that. So we need to make sure that connection's closed before we try issuing any more queries to the database. So I'm going to say if SQL Connection dot state equals connection state open, then SQL con dot close. Okay, so that way it tries to close it if it's still open, even if there's an error and it skips over this one up here. All right, so now we need some form controls to play with this query. I'm going to go ahead and save my project here and return to the main form. Let's go ahead and stretch that out just a little bit so we have a little more to work with. Now, because I intend to use this same project throughout this tutorial series, I'm going to try to keep it organized and nice here. And to do that, I'm going to use a tab control to separate our activities into tabs. So let's go ahead and grab a tab control from your toolbox and draw that to the screen. And I'm going to rename that, let's see, in our properties, go up to the name. We can see that. Tab control. I'm just going to call it TCSQL in case I ever have to reference it. And I want to modify my collection here. So I'm going to go back down to the bottom, find our collection of tab pages. I'm sorry. Look for the tab pages, and we're going to modify that collection by clicking on the little ellipsis there. And all I want to do is just change the tab text on the first page to query, and then we'll hit OK. Now let's add a couple more controls to this guy. First up, I'm going to want a text box to type my query into, so I'm going to grab a text box, drag it on there, and we're going to want to make that multi-line. So with your text box selected, go into the properties, and first thing we'll change is the name. I'm going to call this txt query, and then I will make it multi-line. Set that to true. Allows us to expand out there a bit. And I'm going to add a command button next. And I'm going to draw a great big one right over here for fun. And I will call that, let's see, I'm just going to call it, I'm going to change the text label to run query. And I'm going to change the name of that to CMD query. And now for our output data grid. This will be located down a ways. Oh, no, it's not. It's right there in the middle. So let's go ahead and grab a data grid, drop it on our form. And I'm not going to use any of the data grid tasks. We're going to do this all in code. So go ahead and size that up on your form. That looks good enough. And I am going to change the name of that to, instead of having that long name, I'm going to do data grid view DGV and data. So this will be where our data comes out. Alright, that's pretty simple. Okay, now with these, what I'm going to do is use this text box to create our query so we can actually type in there, and then we'll be able to hit the run button, run a query to the database, and then output that data to our data grid view. So to do this, let's go ahead and double click on our command button. And if you want, you can run your connection test again to make sure you have a connection before you try running a query. Just like we did in part 1, we'll say if sql.hasConnection equals true, then go ahead and proceed. We could also test to make sure that there's actually some text in the text box if you wanted. That's up to you. I'm just going to go ahead and say sql.runQuery, and the query string will just be whatever is in our text box, so txtquery.text. Simple enough. And to avoid any errors on this side, if this crashes, it may not be captured in our try-catch over here in the class. So let's just make sure that it actually returns a value before it tries filling the data grid with information. Actually, what can happen is, if you run a query and it doesn't return any data, your data table may be non-existent. So if we try accessing that index, it'll crash on us from this side. So we'll say if SQL dataset tables count is greater than 0, then proceed. Okay, so we want to at least make sure there's one table in our data set before we try filling in our grid. So we'll say data grid view data source equals our SQL .SQL dataset tables, and the first table it finds, which is really all there should be, it should fill in our data grid with that data set. So I think we're ready to go ahead and give this a try. I'm going to go ahead and save first. Oops, before we do that, let's get rid of this test code from our form load. Go ahead and just backspace that or delete it. And let's try running our application. I'm just going to click Start there. Looking good so far. So let's see, what do we want to query? I'm just going to do a basic query. I'm going to say select star from members. And I'm going to hit run query and see if that works. Oh, have a look at that. It's beautiful. So, what happens if we leave this blank? Try to run it. Ooh, doesn't like that. Execute reader command text property has not been initialized. Let's go ahead and come back to our code here, and let's wrap this here. Let's say if txtquery.text is not equal to nothing, then go ahead and proceed. We'll end if down there. Whoops. See if that fixes it. Ah, there we go. Now we can't run a blank query. So that works pretty good. Can we do more complex queries? We can try it out. Oops. Let's try it. Let's see. Select username from members, where username is like for a wildcard in there. And we'll say AM, end it with a wildcard. Run the query. Look at that. Worked beautifully. You can also do more complex queries like joins and things like that. We could say members inner join forum threads on members dot username equals forum threads dot, what is that, author, I believe is the field. Look at that. So it picked up one thread in our discussion forum, wherever it found this user as being an author in that forum. So it works great. Okay, so that is how you query the database using your application. I'm going to try going ahead and create a bad query here. Select member name from database. See what happens. Incorrect syntax near keyword database. Invalid column name, member name. Let's see. Select forum replies dot body from forum replies. Look at that. So that is working quite well. Not sure why it dropped it in another column. Maybe it's because we added it in after the fact. If we delete that, query it, add it back on, and there it is. Interesting. So I guess that concludes this tutorial. That is how you populate a data grid from your SQL database information. And, you know, we've created a really cool little query screen here for checking up on our records. What we're going to be learning in the future is how to insert new records, delete records, and also update records in our database. So a lot of neat stuff to come. I hope that this has been very helpful for you. There's just a number of other things we could cover, but that's the basics of querying your database into a data grid. So if this has been useful, consider sharing it with anyone else that you think would find it useful. Thanks for joining me. Bye-bye. Welcome to the VB Toolbox. This is part 3 in my series on accessing and working with a Microsoft SQL database with visualbasic.net. In this tutorial, I'll be showing you how to insert new records into your table from your Visual Basic application. Let's go ahead and get started. I'll be taking off from where we left off on part 2. So go ahead and open that project. If you do not have the project source code, I will be making that available through a link in the About section or the details of the video. So hopefully you'll be able to download that soon. Let's go ahead and open our SQL app that we've created. For the time being, you can visit the previous videos to get the source code for that. To get started, we're going to add some more form controls to our current layout. In part 2, we added a tab view. So what we'll do is click on the tab page 2 header, and we want to modify the collection for our tab view here. So let's see, we need to find the collection property. Sorry, my window's a little bit hard to see here. In our tab properties, I want to find the tab collection here. Here we go, tab pages is the property. And we're going to click on the little button here to modify our collection. We want to go to tab page 2 and change the text of that to insert. Since that's what this video is about, we're going to add that tab or modify it. And now if we go to that tab by clicking on it, we can begin adding some other controls to this form. So first thing I want to add is a group, just to kind of keep it looking nice. I'm going to add a group box from your toolbox. If you cannot see your toolbox, click View and select Toolbox from this page right here. So let's go ahead and drag that to our form, and then we can move that around and modify it as we see fit. I'm just going to stretch that out over the form. And I'm going to change the caption text here to new member. And to give you an idea of what we're going to be doing, I have in the previous tutorials been using a little database that I created for this called Sql Apps. And it's essentially just a very basic forum database. So what I'm going to be doing in this tutorial is adding a new member to this members table from our form. So we're going to need to know what our column attributes are, what each field, what its size is, so we don't end up trying to send a value that is beyond what our database can handle. So let's go ahead and jump back into our application. And really the only field I have in my table that's absolutely required, or the only fields, are the username and password. So I'll probably be adding most all of them for this tutorial. I'm going to go ahead and add a text box and a label. I'm going to go ahead and throw in a label first. I'm going to scroll down and grab a text box. And we'll start by adding the username and password boxes. So I'm going to call this box, if we go up to the name property, I'm going to rename that txt user. And I'm just going to change the caption text on this label to username. Align those. And I'm going to drag my mouse over the form and select both of those. I'm going to do Control-C and Control-V to copy and paste a duplicate of that field and caption. I'm just going to drag those over here. And I'm going to rename this label by selecting it. I'm going to change the caption text on that to password. And I will name this text box, go up to the name property, txt_pass. All right. And what else do I want to add? I also have an email address field, a website field, and a couple of bit fields for indicating that the user is active and whether or not they're an administrator. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy these fields again. I'm going to say Control-C, Control-V, drag those over here, and this will be my email address box. So click off that, select the label, go down to the text caption, and change this to email. change the text box to, go up to the name property, change that to txt email. And one more, I'm going to copy this one more time, Control-C, Control-V, bring it down here, and this will be the website box. I'm going to make that a little bit bigger. I'm going to call this text. It's going to be website. And I'm going to come down here and name this text box txt website. Next up, I'm going to throw some constraints on these text boxes to keep them from allowing the user to type in strings that are longer than what the database can handle. So if I jump back to my database here, you can see that I have the username field is set up with a varchar value of 30. So I don't want to exceed that, or it will fail when I try to insert a record into the table. So password is also 30, website is 255, email is 100, and then these are bit values, going to be 0 or 1, and same with that one. So I'm going to start by changing the max length property on these fields. So username had a maximum length of 30, so I'm going to find the max length property and change that to 30 characters. Same with the password. And my website was 255. I believe the email address was 100. Yes. So max length 100. And now I need two other fields that are going to determine whether the user is active and whether they're an administrator. So I'm going to find a checkbox. Let's see here. Yeah, checkbox. I'm going to drag one of those guys over here. And I'm going to rename this first one CB active. And I'm going to change the text caption to active. And I'm going to set this one as checked by default. So what checked equals true. Now it's checked. And I will copy this and paste it. Control-C, Control-V. And I can move that up just a little bit. And this one, the text is going to be admin. And I want it to be unchecked. So I'm going to set the checked value to false. And finally, change the name of it to CB admin for checkbox admin. All right. What else are we going to need? I think we need a button here for saving to the database. So I'm going to grab a button from the toolbar, try to align that in the center, and I'm going to call this CMD save. I'm going to go down to the bottom to the text caption here and call this save. Seems intuitive to me. So it looks like we're ready to begin coding now. First thing we'll need to do is set up the code for our SQL control for inserting the record into the database, and then we have to set up our form fields to load the data from the form into the database through that. So let's go ahead and start with the SQL control. If your SQL control code is not visible already, you can just select it from your Solution Explorer, double-click on it, and it will open up your form control class. And in here, in part 2, we learned how to run a query from our database. This is going to be a little bit different. Instead of running, creating a data set or a SQL data reader, we're going to execute from our SQL command a non-query to run an insert query. So let's go ahead and add a new sub to this class. I'm going to call this sub add member. So I'm going to say public sub add member, not member. Okay. And I'm going to have to pass some values through this to insert into the database. So for the parameters, I'm going to say username as a string, password as a string, email as a string, and website as a string. And what else do I want? I'm going to pass is active as an integer, and also is admin also as an integer. And hit enter, and it will generate our sub. So what we did before is use a try-catch to make sure that we are able to catch any errors or exceptions in the values or the code that we use to execute this query on the database. So I'm going to start with that. I'm going to do a try-catch. And if there's an exception, I want it to output that exception as a message box. So I do message box ex.message. That captures the error for us and returns it, so we know what to how to troubleshoot our query. Next up, what I do is usually do a Sql connection .open to open a connection to the database, and also Sql con.close to make sure I close up after I'm done doing my work. There will be a new string in here for our query. So what I'll do is up above the SQL connection, I'm going to say dim str insert. I'm going to create a string, an insert string as our query. So I'll say as string equals. And now we have to format this insert query string. So I'm going to say insert into, and then we select the table that we want to insert the values into. So we're going to say members, and then do a space, open parentheses, and now we select the fields that we want in the order that we want to update them. So the fields that I want to update will be username, password, email address, website, and whether the user is active, and whether the user is an admin. And that's all I'll be updating for now. So I'm going to put a space at the end of this because we're going to continue the string on the next line so we don't overwhelm ourselves here. So I'm going to close that string and concatenate on the next line. So you do an ampersand and an underscore there. And I'm going to try to line these up so it's intuitive. In the next line, we're going to say what values we want to insert into these fields. And it's important to remember the order that you selected up here. So I'm going to say values. And we're going to do this similarly. We're going to do an open and close parentheses. So I'm going to open the values segment of the string, and then I'm going to drop down another line, and then I'm going to reference each one of our parameters from our sub here to pass the values into our insert string. So we're going to start each value with a single quote. So I'm going to add a single quote, and then I'm going to concatenate on. I'm going to add on each parameter value. So I'm going to pass in the username, and then I'm going to end that again with a single quote, and I'm going to separate each one of these with a comma. And then I'm going to drop down another line and repeat this for each field that we want to pass to our database. So each one of these fields we have to reference from our parameters. So I'm going to just Control-C, copy this line, add in another, saves us a little bit of typing here, so I'm going to add password. And next one is going to be email address, then website. Then I want to pass in is active. And finally is admin. All right, and because this is the last record in our list here, I'm going to remove the final comma there, because that's going to end our insert string. And we also can remove this final underscore and ampersand. And it should be accepted, no errors, that looks good. So should be ready to go, ready to insert values into our database if we type this out correctly. And if you want, what we can do is when we run this, just for checking out our string, we can say message box str insert. And we can just comment that out later on or delete it once we're content that it works properly. So let's go back down into our open connection here. And we're going to call our Sql command. And we're going to create a new Sql command instance. So new SQL command. And the query that we're going to pass into our Sql command will be this str insert. And we want to make sure we reference the Sql connection. And then what we're going to do is call upon the execute non-query method for the Sql command. So we'll say SQL command dot execute non-query. You have to use execute non-query when you're doing an insert, update, or delete on your table. Very important to remember. You don't want to try creating a data reader and then executing that. And really that's all there is to this sub. So if it works properly, it should run our values into the database, or fail and throw back an error. So let's go ahead and jump back to our form. And let's double click on our save button to generate a click event. And before we populate this with any code, I'm going to create another sub in here to just check a few extra values. Check a couple of our values for a very basic form validation. Make sure that our username is long enough and that our password is long enough, and also set the values of our check boxes. We have to convert those into an integer. So I'm just going to take care of all these little subroutines in a sub. I'm going to call public sub create user. Don't need any parameters here. And I'm going to say if the length of txt user, that's our user text box on our form, dot text is greater than or equal to 6, and the length of our password box is greater than or equal to 8, adding some security. We don't want to add a user with a password that's really easy to crack. Then first thing we will do is get our checkbox values. I'm going to say dim int active as integer and dim int admin as integer. And then I'm going to say if CB active, or checkbox active, is checked, then int active equals 1, else int active equals 0. So if it's checked, then set it to 1, otherwise set it to 0. And we're going to repeat this for our admin values. I'm going to copy this line, paste it here. I'm going to say if CB admin is checked, and int admin is 1, otherwise int admin is 0. And that sets the values from our checkbox, which comes through as a Boolean value. We're just converting that into an integer to pass into our database. And finally, if all this is good, if all these expressions are have been run through successfully, then we will add member to database. So to do this, we're going to call upon the add member sub that we created, and we're going to reference the Sql control instance that we created at the beginning of this form in the previous tutorials. So I'm going to say SQL dot add member, and then the values we're going to pass to the database will come from, the username will be from the txtuser.text field, and the password will come from txtpass field. The email, of course, will come from txtemail. Oops, can't type. And the website from txtwebsite.text. And is active will come from int active from here, and the admin will come from int admin. All right, so that's ready to roll. Let's throw in a little condition here. If either of these is false, we're going to have a little fallback message here. I'm going to say it else message box username or password, whoops, is too short, and exit the sub. So if our username or password are too short, then it will forego adding this. Now we need to call this create user from the cmd save .click event. But before we do that, we're probably going to want to make sure that the user does not already exist in the database. And to do this, we're going to fall back on what we learned in tutorial part 2, where we were querying the database. So what I will do is, first I will query for user to make sure that the user doesn't exist. If the user already exists, we don't want to add another user with the same name. So to do this, what I'm going to do is say SQL.runQuery, and the query I'm going to run is select* star from members, where members.username equals, and I'm going to use a excuse me, a single quote. Then I'm going to concatenate on the txt user field. So whatever we have in the user field, .text, will be searched for in the database to make sure that they don't exist. Then I'm going to close that out with another single quote, finish my string. And now, each time we run this query, if you remember from before, this creates a new data set, okay? And then that data set is filled from the data adapter. So what we're going to do is just check and see if any records were returned from this. So we'll say if SQL dataset dot tables, and there's only one table returned, so we're going to use the 0 index. Dot rows dot count is greater than 0. Okay, so if we look in this data set and find that there is actually a row count from this query, that would tell us that this member name already exists, so we cannot add it. So if it is more than 0, meaning that the username already exists in the database, we'll say message box user already exists. Oops, exists. And then we'll terminate our create user query. Okay, so we'll say exit sub. And that just jumps out of it because we don't want to continue on if the user already exists. Otherwise, if 0 rows were returned from this query, then we're safe to go. So we can say create user and run our sub below. So I think we're ready to go ahead and give this a test and see what happens. Let's go ahead and run it. And go to our insert. We can type in a username, some guy. Give it enough password characters. Now, something we can change here. Usually, when you're typing in a password, you do not want to be able to see the characters. You don't want someone looking over your shoulder and seeing it. So there is a way to fix that, and I will show you in a moment. I'm just going to leave these other fields blank because they're not required by our database. And then I'm going to hit save. And there's our message box confirming our SQL query. And if you are looking at this, you should notice that there is an error. We do our insert, we select each field, and then we try to insert our values, our username, password, email, website, active, and admin. But you'll notice that we left off a the closing paren, so it should fail. Let's say OK, and then here's our exception message. It says incorrect syntax near 0. So let's go back to our code real quick and see where we forgot to add this. In our SQL control class, we'll go down to add member, and here you can see that we opened it up, but we did not close it after the final single quote. So let's just throw our closing parentheses, our closing paren in there, and try executing this again and see what happens. Oh, hey, before we do that, let's jump over to our password box here on our main form. And if you select that and then go down to use system password character property and set that to true, that will cause this to create a typical password field that's hidden with hidden characters. So let's run that again. Say insert. Some guy is my user. Password will be testing 1, 2, 3. Look at that. So let's go ahead and try sending this to the database and see what happens. I'm going to save. There's our string. Hit OK. And seems nothing's happening. So let's jump over to our query box that we created in part 2. Let's run a little query. I'm going to say select star from members and hit run query. Hey, look at that. Our guy was successfully added to the database. So we now have a user in our database named some guy. If you wanted, you could have some sort of confirmation after your insert to say, hey, it was successfully added. You could do that down here. After you close out, you could say, message box, user was inserted successfully, if you wanted to. Alternatively, you could have some cleanup occur afterward if you wanted to. Maybe if this was successful, you could say, clear out my text fields, like txt user.text, .clear, and you could repeat that for each field to kind of clear it out. So, there's some indication of success. The fields are all cleared, so you don't try adding the same user over again. Really, that's up to you. I'm going to go ahead and do that just for fun. txt query. I don't want that. txt user, txt pass, txt email. Whoops. Wow. Hello, brain. Let's see. txt website. Text. I did it again. And let's see. cbActive.checked equals true, sets that back to its default value. cbAdmin.checked equals false, sets that back to its default value. Clean up fields. Let's go ahead and try adding a blank user and see what happens here. Username or password is too short, so we know that that is working properly. Let's try adding some guy again. Password 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, whatever. And I'm just going to hit save. User already exists, so it's going to fail out on us. So this is working properly as well. It went through the database, already found the user, and reported back. So, really that's all there is to inserting. You could do a lot more form validation if you wanted. Something you may want to prohibit is the ability to add quotes or single quotes or double quotes. That can mess up your data, especially when it comes to your query string. So just some things to consider. Let's go ahead and add one of these. I'm going to make him an administrator. Test. And email. Some admin at coolsite.com. I do not know who owns that domain, so I'm not going to add a website. Save. We can, now that we're comfortable that our string is working properly, we can get rid of that little flag. And it cleared out our text fields for us, so it's nice to have that indicator. We're ready to rock and roll there. Let's get rid of that text box, or message box. And now we have a successful insert application. So should be ready to proceed on to other things such as updating and deleting values from our database, maybe browsing through, doing some searches. If this has been helpful for you, I hope that you pass it along to others and share it if you think that they will find it helpful. I appreciate you all coming along and watching. Join me in part 4, and we'll continue building this little application. I will catch you all later. Bye-bye. Welcome to the VB Toolbox. In this tutorial, we'll be continuing our series on working with Microsoft SQL Server in VisualBasic.net. In previous videos, we have learned how to query our database after connecting to it and insert new records into our database. I'll be picking up where we left off before, just as a quick recap. In previous tutorials, we created a SQL control class, which we created an instance of in our form, our main form. And we learned how to check the connection status, make sure that we can connect to the database, and created a run query method. Clean that up. And in part 3, we learned how to add a member using the execute non-query method for our SQL command. What we will be doing in this video is sort of making this add member sub obsolete by creating sort of a globally useful method for executing non-query statements in our database. Once again, this tutorial assumes that you already have a SQL Server database that you can access, and what I'm using for these tutorials is a simple database with a forum structure that I call SQL Apps. In here I have a few small tables. One is the members table. This is primarily the table that I've been using in this series. Kind of where I hope to go with this, just to give you sort of a preview of things to come, is, we'll be creating a user manager tab in our form, and with this we'll be able to browse our records in our database, create new members, modify members, delete members. So that's kind of where I'm headed with this. So let's go ahead and get started. Actually, I don't want to close that. I'm just going to move that off the screen. First thing we're going to do is, in our SQL control class, if you want to open that up, you can double-click it in your Solution Explorer. We're going to go down below the Add Member sub that we created in the previous tutorial, and we're just going to create a new sub called, not public, off to a great start, public sub data update. Excuse me. And I'm going to add one parameter to this called command, and that will be our SQL command that we want to run against our database. And in the future, we'll use this for all of our data updates. My apologies for my voice. I feel like I'm kind of losing it there. First thing we'll do here is add a try-catch statement to catch any errors that may arise while our command is running against the database. So I'm going to do a try. That will generate the code for that. And as before, the first thing we do is open a connection to the database. So I'll say SQL Con, that's our connector that we created up here. SQL Con dot open. And I usually just close up immediately afterwards, so I don't forget to do that. So I do sql.con.close, and we'll just be working between those. Next up, we want to create a SQL command. SQL CMD is what we created in the previous tutorial. I'm going to say equals new SQL command, and then we will reference our command parameter and the SQL connection. And that allows us to pipe any command query that we want through this. Next thing I'm going to do is execute our query, but I'm not just going to execute it like we did in the previous tutorial here, where we just said SQL command execute non-query. This sub or method will actually produce an integer value based upon how many records were updated in the database. So it's actually kind of a useful, has a useful output if we want to kind of be able to monitor how many records are changed and when we run our command. So I'm going to say dim change count as integer, and then I'm going to set that equal to the SQL command dot execute non-query. So not only will it execute the non-query, it will then produce a value that we can reference and sort of generate a little report from. So this is actually ready to go. That's very simple. All of our update statements, insert statements, and delete statements can be passed through this. Just like all of our queries can be passed through this run query method that we created. So next up, if there is an exception, I want it to report back to me and say message box ex.message. That'll capture any errors that may arise from our commands. And just for fun, if we'll go down below our close here, I'm going to say, just to generate a small report and let us know that something occurred and that our, routine ran successfully or did not. I'm going to say report results. Then I'm going to say if change count equals 0, then message box, the item you wanted to update could not be found. Okay? Lets us know that no records were changed when we ran our query or our command. Else, message box, change count, we're going to concatenate on records affected. So that'll tell us whether our command actually changed anything. So that's really all there is to it. This is a very small and useful command sub. I'm going to go ahead and just leave this add member here for this video, but in the future we'll probably just get rid of all that since it's now unnecessary. So let's go ahead and bounce back to our main form here. And we're going to add a new tab, and we'll just call it delete. So let's select our tab control here, and then right-click on the tabs and say Add Tab. And now we can go to the properties for that. What we want to do, sorry, my window here is kind of small. Probably don't need so much debug window down here. We want to go to the tab pages collection, open that up, and for tab page 3, let's just change the text here to delete. And I'm going to kind of keep this short and sweet. It's going to be a very simple form. So if we click on our new tab, we get a nice blank window there. And I'm just going to add a couple of controls here. I'm going to add a label control and change the text on that to enter name of member you wish to delete. Okay. Easy enough. Next up, I'm just going to add a text box. I'm going to go ahead and just stretch that out. You can align that however you want. And finally, a delete button. And I'm going to change the caption text on that to delete member. Easy enough. And let's rename our controls. I'm just going to call this text box txt delete user. And the button I will call cmd delete user. Okay. So my objective here is to hit the members table in my database and filter by whatever member or username that I have in this box and launch a delete command at that. I'm just going to go ahead and launch the app here real quick. So we'll take a look at our query tab that we created in a previous tutorial. We'll say select star from members. This might take a moment for me. Like I said before, my SQL Server is on a very old, slow machine, so it takes it a moment to connect up. As you can see, here is my list of users. So I could select, some guy 2 here to delete. We can go back to our delete tab. Now we haven't actually added a command to this yet, so let's go ahead and do that next. If you want to double click on the delete member button that we created, and what we'll do here is we'll say if txt delete user dot text is not equal to blank, meaning that there is something in it, because we don't want to launch a blank command, then we'll prompt the user with a message box with a VBS no to ask us if we actually want to delete the user, so we don't accidentally delete something we don't want to. So if message box, do you really wish to delete space, concatenate on the username that we supplied in the text box, so we'll say txt delete user dot text. Oops. And add a little question mark at the end there. Finish off our text. And then we will want a VBS no, so we just type yes here and it'll give us the option. Okay, so if that message box equals result yes, then we want to launch our SQL update. So to do that, we will just be calling the new sub that we created in our SQL control. So we'll say SQL, referencing our instance of our SQL class that we created before, dot data update, and here's where we'll where we will put in our delete SQL. So we'll say delete from members where, that's our filter, the username, referencing my username field from my database here. Okay. Where the username is equal, and then we have to supply a single quote, and then we'll close off our string here and concatenate on the txt delete user.text, and then we have to close out that single quote, and our statement is done. So delete from members where the username is equal to whatever is in the text box. So now we should actually be able to launch this. Let's go ahead and start that up. So let's do this one more time. I'm going to select star from members. Run the query. Here's our members. Just as a test, I am going to first try to delete someone that is not in here. So I'll just put in a name, Roger. Hit delete member. Do you really wish to delete Roger? Yes, I do. Oh, wait a minute. The item you wanted to update could not be found, so Roger does not exist in our database or in the members table. So if we want to reference, how about some guy 2? Let's try that. Some guy 2. Hit delete member. Do you really wish to delete him? Yes. And then it says 1 record's affected. So some guy 2 was found in the database and deleted. So it still shows up here. Let's go ahead and rerun this query. Notice something is missing. Some guy 2 has been successfully deleted. So we know that our table deletion is working. That's very simple. So all we did is add a new sub that we can launch these commands from, and future commands, inserts, deletions, and updates. And then we called it from our form. Now, in the future, we can get a little more complex with our form. We can add a lot of this functionality into the same one by adding a menu strip with various options to modify members, browse the records, and all those goodies. So hopefully you'll stick with us, and if you found this helpful, please share it. I appreciate y'all coming along. Thanks. Bye-bye. Welcome to the VB Toolbox. This is part 5 in our series in working with Microsoft SQL Server with VisualBasic.net. In this tutorial, we'll be picking up where we left off in part 4, where I taught you how to delete records from your database. The purpose of this tutorial is to show you how to update records in your database, and we're just going to do a quick and simple demonstration of this if you want to follow along in your projects. I'll be continuing with the source code from the last demonstration. You may wish to review those, though I should be able to cover pretty much everything that you need if you're just starting your own app. So let's go ahead and get started here. As a brief recap, I am using SQL Server Express 2008, and you can download that freely from Microsoft's website. My database is SQL Apps, and I have a very basic forum structure for my tables, and so that's what I will be using for these demonstrations. So in our last tutorial, we created in our SQL control class. If you don't have that open, you can double-click it in your Solution Explorer. In our SQL control class, we created a sub for data updates or running, executing non-query commands against our database, such as insert, update, and delete. So we'll be using this. I'm going to go ahead and modify this in this tutorial to show you how to turn this sub into a function that returns a value. Previously we were collecting the change count that is returned from our execute non-query method from our Sql command, and that returns an integer value. So if we want to capture that and return it to our application so we can actually sort of tailor the results to what we're doing, say if we click delete member, instead of just saying, we affected 3 records or 1 record, we can sort of tailor it to the delete screen and report the results from there. Let's go ahead and begin by adding a new tab to our form, and we will call this, just update. So if you right-click on your tab control here, you can add a tab, and in the properties, we want to find the tab pages property and modify that collection. We'll click on tab page 5, and I'm just going to call this update for this tutorial. Select OK, and that creates a new tab for us to work with. Now we will add a few basic controls to this form. So I'm going to start with a command button, and I'll just leave that as is for the moment. And then I'm going to add 2 text boxes. Before I add the second one, I'm going to modify the properties of the first so we can just copy it. Our database fields, what we'll be doing is making a basic change password screen. So we'll be able to go to our database, find a user, and change the password of that user. So if we look at the database that I have here, the table that we'll be updating is members, and we'll be updating the password field in that. You'll notice that both of these have a length of 30, and we don't want to exceed that. So what I will do is change the max length on this text box to 30 characters. So we'll find the max length property, change it to 30. And I'm going to go ahead and change the name of that while I'm here. I'm going to call this txt update user. And I will right-click on that, select copy, and paste a new copy of it, or Control-C and Control-V will work just fine. And this has inherited the length, but we'll have to change the name of the password box. So we'll change this to txt change password. I'm sorry, let's make that update. You can make it whatever you want, really. And one last control option we want on this is we want it to be a password field. When you type in passwords, you don't want it to type in plain text. So we go down to the use system password character property and change that to true. Finally, we're going to add a couple of labels to this, just to make it official. The text on this label will be username. And I will copy that, paste another. I'm going to call this bottom one, change the text to new password. All right, and that should be it. Looks like everything. Oh, what about our button? We're going to want to change that as well. So I'm just going to change the text and name on that. Change the text to change password. Now we'll change this to CMD update password. Sorry for the long names. So now our form is ready to go. It's ready to accept some code, but what I wanted to do first is jump back over to our SQL control class, and I want to change this sub into a function so it returns a value to us. So instead of throwing back a generic message that isn't really relevant to the screen we're working on, we can set these messages from those screens based on the count. So I'm going to start by just erasing this message right here. And I'm going to say public function data update as integer, because we want to return an integer value. And now it doesn't like that, so we have to have at least one return value. If it executes all this code, nothing is changed, or it just catches an exception, we want to return 0. Otherwise, we want to capture the change count that is captured the same way from this method here. So I'm just going to say return change count. All right, and we are ready to go. Let's jump back over to our main form, find our change password button, and double click on that to create a click event. Now we can enter a little bit of form checking just to offer some constraints. So we'll say if txt update user dot text is not equal to blank, then go ahead and fire the next command, else message box must provide a username or user to update. Sounds good to me. All right. If everything looks good in the update user text box, then we'll check the password. We'll just throw in a basic security feature here. We'll say if txt update password dot text dot length is greater than 5, then proceed, else message box, password is too short. It must be at least 6 characters. That sounds good to me. All right, so if everything checks out in our form, then we can go ahead and proceed with our update. What I'm going to do, just so we can see this a little more easily, is I'm going to create my update command string, my SQL, in just a string variable. So I'm going to say dim update string, or how about update cmd, update command as string equals. And here we'll enter our command SQL text. So we'll say update, the table that we want to update is members, put a space, and then we will do a concatenation, and we'll drop down to the next line if we use an underscore. Try to keep these kind of lined up here. And the next line will be set, and the field we want to change is the password field. Set password equals open single quote in the string, and here we'll concatenate on our password text box. So we'll say and txt update user dot text, concatenate on a closing single quote, add a space. If you don't add these spaces, it'll join the commands together in the SQL, and then it'll throw an error. So drop down to the next line again, and this time we'll add our filter. We want to filter by the username that we're searching for. So we'll say where username equals same open single quote, concatenate on the txt update user dot text. So we're going to filter our database results by the username, so it only updates the user we want. Otherwise, it would just go through the database and change every user's password to the same thing. So we'll close that single quote and be done with it. So that is our update command, very standard SQL. And now, with that, we can fire our data update function in our SQL control. And return a value. So, we're going to say if SQL, that's our, if you weren't following along in previous tutorials, that's our SQL control instance that we created for this class. If SQL dot data update, that's our function, and our command string will be update cmd equals 0, then message box, the specified user could not be found. So if we tried to update a user, got 0 results back from our update, then we know that it didn't find the user in the database, so it couldn't update it. Else, if it's greater than 0 or any other value, then we can say message box, password successfully changed. How about this? For user, let's say for and txt update user dot text. And I'll throw a little period on the end of that. All right, so we should be good to go, except for I have a syntax error. What did I mess up on here? Oops, said else then. Hope you guys caught that before I did. I wasn't paying attention. All right, I'm going to save my project. So if everything is working now, we should be able to launch our project and update a user. First, we can find a user here using our old query tab to select star from members, run the query. Let's see, let's update SuperDude. First, we'll try one that doesn't exist. I'll say update the big boss. And we'll change his password to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Change password. Specified user cannot be found. What if we picked SuperDude but set his password too short? Or no user at all? You must provide a user. So we'll say SuperDude. So it looks like all of our form checking is working. And we'll just give him an ABC as his password. Password is too short, must be at least 6 characters. So all of our form checking is working properly. His current password is SuperDude. So I'm going to change it to ABC123 and see what happens. Password successfully changed. Rerun the query. It's still SuperDude, so we messed up somewhere. Rather, I messed up. Now, let me jump back over to my code. The password should have been set. Here we go. Set password equals txt update user. So I accidentally set the username .text as the password text. So what I want to do is change that to txt update password.text. where the username is the user. That's what I get for rushing. So select star from members, and so superdude is, password is superdude. Let's see if that fixed it. We want to change superdude to new password, the big boss 17. Password successfully changed for superdude. Now we run the query, and it worked beautifully. So that's how easy it is to update records using your form. Now, what you will probably want to do eventually is pre-populate these fields with values from the database by querying through and setting the form text. Then you don't have to, guess which users you want to update. You can either search for them or browse for them. And we may get into that in a future tutorial. But for now, this is demonstrating pretty much exactly what I wanted to show you, and that's just how to update. So I hope you found this helpful. Oh, one other side note. If you want to update multiple fields, separate them by commas, like that at the end. Beyond that, we should be good to go. So I hope this has been helpful for you. If you found it useful, feel free to share it with anyone else that you think might find it useful. I will catch you on the next run. Thanks. Bye-bye. Welcome to the BB Toolbox. In this tutorial, I will be showing you how to create a simple database application login system. Now, it's important to note that I'm not talking about the database security, which is actually used to connect to our database through our connection string in our application. Rather, I'm talking about a managed table of users that allows you to log into a specific application type, whether it be some sort of business system or, in this example, a forum structured database. And that's what I'm using here is a very simple SQL Express 2008 database. And I have a table called members that stores my database or my application users. So I have my username and password and various other fields related to each user or member of this forum structure. So that's what we're going to be doing. This tutorial does assume that you already have a functional database that you have access to and can connect up to it with your application. So let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to create a new project in Visual Basic, and I'm going to make sure that's a Windows Forms application, and I will call it SQL App Login. We'll say OK. And that will generate our project template. And from here, I'm going to add a few simple form controls. I'm going to start with a group box, just to kind of keep things looking nice. I'm just going to make that right here. And I'm going to change the caption text in that by going to my Properties dialog on the right. And I'm going to change that to User Login. And I'm going to grab a text box for the username field. Excuse me. And I'm going to change the properties of this text box. I want my max length to be the same as what is defined for my username field in the database. I don't want you to be able to enter a username that is, larger than the actual database field that I'm comparing it to. So my database structure shows a varchar value of 30. So I don't want to exceed 30 for my username field. So I'm going to say max length 30. That limits it to 30 characters that the user can enter. And I'm just going to call this text box txt user. And also going to add a label to that. Just going to put that right over here. And I'm going to change the caption text on that to username. Just like so. All right. Now, I'm also going to want one for the password, so I'm just going to copy both of these by clicking and dragging on my form and selecting them both. And you can do a Control-C and Control-V to copy and paste, or you can just right-click and copy and repeat to paste. And I'm going to change the caption text on the second label to password. And, excuse me, looking at my database, my password is also varchar 30, so I want that to be 30 characters as well. It should have copied the properties of the initial text box. So if we look at our max length, it is still 30, so that's good. I'm going to change the name of this text box to txt pass. Okay, simple enough. Next up, I'm going to grab a command button to initiate the login process. I'm just going to drop that down here. I'm kind of center that up however you like. And I'm going to change the name of this button to CMD login. And I'll just change the caption text on that to login. And let's go ahead and add one more group box. I'm going to drag that down there. And this is where I'm going to display my user information that will it will display in here if we successfully log into our application. So I'm going to change the text on that to just the user profile. How about that? And I'm going to go ahead and drop a text box in there as well to show a few additional fields from the user's information in my member table. So I'm just going to create that text box in there. I'm going to set this to multi-line equals true in the properties. And that will allow you to expand it down. And I can change a couple other properties here. I'm going to set it to read-only equals true, so the user can't modify that. And I'm going to change the border style to fixed single. There we go, that looks pretty clean. And I will change the text box to probably just txt user info. Easy enough to reference. I'm going to go ahead and save my application. And so, looks like we're ready to begin actually coding on this guy. What I like to do at this point is create a class to contain all of our SQL database information, controls, and methods. It kind of keeps your main form clean. What I'll do is I'll right-click in my Solution Explorer on my project, and I will say Add Class. And I like to call this class SQL Control. And then click Add, and it will generate a new class for us. And here, we're going to need access to the system data SQL client. So we'll say imports system.data.sql client. And next up, we're going to need just a few variables to manage our SQL connection and commands. So I'm going to say private SQL con as new SQL connection. And I'm going to just add my new parameters directly to this new SQL connection rather than establishing it on a new instance of our class. So I'm going to say with, and then you open a curly brace, you can add properties to it. So I'm going to say dot connection string, and this is where we will define our connection string that will allow us to actually connect up to our database. So I'm just going to go ahead and finish that and close it off and begin creating our connection string. So the first parameter of our connection string is going to be the server name. Okay. So we say server equals, and you're going to need the server name, instance, or IP address that you have access to. I'm using an instance server here, and it's on an old, very old slow box that I call Minecraft, and the instance name is SQL Express. So that's what I need to point to here. So I'm going to say Minecraft / SQL Express. And separate each parameter with a semicolon. So the next parameter we need is a database pointer. So I'll say database equals, and then the name of my database. And again, looking back at my SQL server here, the name of the database I'm connecting to is called Sql Apps. So just do SQL Apps, and you'll want the name of your database there. And now we need to provide authentication and user credentials to connect up to the database. And this is, again, not to be confused with your application login. So this is our actual SQL security login, and I'm using a user of SA. I'm using the basic system admin account for SQL Server, which is SA by default. And then you can enter your password as the final parameter by saying pwd equals, and then your password. My password for this test database is just password1. And finalize that with another semicolon. All right. And once you have your connection string formulated, we're going to need a couple more variables here. One is going to be our SQL command, and this is very important as it sends commands to the database. So this is where all of our queries and updates and things flow through. So I say private SQL CMD as SQL command. And finally, I'm going to make these ones public because I want to be able to access them from my main form. So if they're private, I won't be able to access them. And I don't really need access to these externally, but I will need access to my data adapter and data set. So let's say public SQL DA as SQL data adapter, and public SQL DS as data set. So the data adapter will allow us to return the results from our SQL command and push them into and fill our data set. That's how that works. So now there's a few standard functions and subs that I like to create in my SQL control class to sort of allow me to easily throw commands at my database and query them, test the connection, and things like that. The first one I'm going to do is a public function. Remember, public makes it accessible from the outside from other classes like form1. And this function is going to be has connection. And I use this to test to to make sure that I am able to actually get a connection to my database. If this fails, then I usually abort whatever commands I was going to throw at it. So I'll say public function has connection as a Boolean. I just want it to return a true-false value. And inside of here, we'll use a try-catch to make sure we smoothly catch any errors or exceptions that we have. And this is very simple. All I'm going to do is call my SQL con, that's my SQL connection, and use the open method to open a connection to the database. If that is successful, then I will close that connection, sqlcon.close, okay? And then I will know that I can successfully connect to my database with whatever my connection string is. So whether this works or fails has to do with your connection string and your connectivity to your database. If it's successful, then I want to return true. If it's not successful, I want to know why it failed. So I'm going to fire a message box with the exception message. So I'm going to do ex.message to capture any errors and throw them back at us so we know how to troubleshoot. So this is a very simple function. It just opens the database, and then if it's successful, then it closes it and tells me it's successful. Otherwise it fails and tells me why. So I can go ahead and go to my form, and let's double click on our login button here, and what we can do is test our connection to our database immediately. So I will say if, we're going to need an instance of our Sql control class. We can't talk to our class unless we've actually created an instance of it. So in our form 1 variables, I'm just going to say private SQL as a new instance of our Sql control class. Now we can play around with our Sql controls. So to call that, I'm just going to say SQL, or if SQL.hasConnection, that's our function that we created, equals true, and send me a message box saying success. Very simple test. And let's go ahead and launch our application here. And I'm going to say login. Sorry, it's very slow here. Like I said, I'm running my SQL server on a dinosaur, but it connected successfully. So I know that my application and my SQL control class, my connection string, is all working properly. Let's go ahead and generate a failure here. I'm going to just change my password to just password and see what happens. Login failed for user SA, okay? I went ahead and, I'm not sure, what did I do there? I must have messed up in my SQL control. You guys probably caught that before I did. Like, why is he setting that to true? If it fails, it was supposed to set it to false, so it thinks it was still successful. So, if it's successful, return true, otherwise return false. Sorry about that. Apparently I can't talk and type at the same time. Login failed for user SA, and then it just goes out. So that's the nice thing about a try-catch, is that it allows it to crash gracefully, but without dumping our application. Otherwise, it would have crashed and then dropped our application along with the error. So instead, it returns back to the application, gives you a chance to switch things around and try other things without crashing on you. Okay, so we know that's working properly. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that, and then jump back into our SQL control class. Now I want to be able knowing that I have a successful connection to my database, I want to be able to, which I better fix here, sorry, set that back. I want to be able to fire queries at the database. So I'm going to create a sub to do this. I'm going to say public sub run query. And the query that I want to run is just going to be called query as a string. So I'm going to pass a string into my run query command. And then I'm going to do another try catch, make sure it tells me if it fails and doesn't blow up my app. So just like before, I'm going to use an open and close, so you can actually copy and paste these down here, save a few keystrokes. And once it's open, then we want to create a command. So to do this, I'm going to create a command. And then SQL CMD, try that again, SQL CMD equals a new SQL command. And a couple of parameters we need for our SQL command. First is going to be our query string, so we'll say query. And then we need a reference to our connection, SQL Con. Pretty simple. And once we're done with that, we want to be able to fill up our data set with information from the database, whatever's returned from this query. So I'm going to say SQL data adapter, whoops, sorry. There we go, nice to keep notes. SQL DA, that's our SQL data adapter, equals a new SQL data adapter. And we're going to reference our SQL command, SQL CMD. And then we will create a new instance of a data set. So I'll say SQL DS equals new data set. That generates an empty data set container, and then we use our data adapter to fill that with the data that it returns from our SQL command. So we'll say SQL DA dot fill, and then our SQL DS. All right. So if that all worked out, then anything that we queried should be returned to this data set automatically. And of course, if it fails, we want to know why. So I'm going to say message box ex.message. And one thing that's important, if your query fails immediately, or even in the middle anywhere, we've already opened it. And if it fails, it's going to jump down and throw the exception and skip over the close. So we want to make sure that our database connection is closed, otherwise we won't be able to run more queries against it. So say make sure connection is closed. Then I'll say if SQL con dot state equals connection state open, then close it, SQL con dot close. So it's just a precaution. It's always nice to close the database, close the door after you leave. So if this is working, we should be able to run queries against our database now. This means that we are ready to begin handling our user login. So if we jump back into our Form 1 code, I'm going to want to create a function, okay, to return a true-false, a Boolean value, indicating whether the user was successfully authenticated or not. In fact, if the user is authenticated, then I want to return the authenticated user's username and store it in a variable here. So I can say private auth user as string. Okay, so by default that will equal nothing, and you can use this for further commands and stuff, kind of based upon your application design, whether it's a business system or whatever. Yeah, you may have a user that can do one thing but can't do another thing, or maybe you want to check and see if it's an admin user, or, you know, things like that. So let's check and see if the user is authenticated. I'm going to come down here and create a private function, and I'm going to say is authenticated. You can name it something else if you want. It's all good. And I want to return a Boolean value, so I'm going to say as a Boolean. So first thing I'll do is check to see if there are any existing records in our data set. I'll say clear existing records. So I'll just say if SQLDS is not nothing. If it's not null, meaning that there is something in our data set, then go ahead and flush it out by calling the SQLDS, our data set, .clear. If you try running this clear without using this condition check, if your data set doesn't even exist yet, if it hasn't been created, and you try clearing it, then it's not going to be happy. It'll throw back an error at you. Okay, so now we're ready to create our authentication query. So to do this, we're going to call our SQL, our SQL control class, .run query method that we created. And here's where we will enter our query string. So you need to be a little bit familiar with the transact SQL, at least select statements and whatnot. So I'm going to say select, oops, I'm try to keep this even, select count username. And really you could just select the username or any other data that you wanted. I'm just going to use a user count. I want to count the records that match the username and password that are specified in our login controls, in our login box here. So if it doesn't return any records, we know there was not a successful match and the user should not be authenticated. Otherwise, if there is a match, then the user is successfully authenticated because a user and password combination had been found. So I'm going to call this as user count, and I'm going to drop down to the next line, do an ampersand and an underscore there, and I want to select it from the members table. Can recall my database structure here. This is my members table, and these are the fields I have access to in there, the columns. So I'm going to be checking the username and password combination. Let's drop down a line, and add our filter. We'll say where the username equals, and then we use an open single quote, and we have to close our string and add in the text that is in our text box. So txt user dot text. Okay. And then we concatenate on the rest of the string, open it up, put our ending single quote, and then a space, and drop down another line. So where the username equals text. Now, in most applications, the username is not case sensitive. And it's important that we be able to run a case-sensitive search when it comes to the password, because passwords usually are case-sensitive. So we have to force the password to be checked in it, against what is typed in our password box, and it has to be case-sensitive for security purposes. So we're going to also add and password equals open single quote and txtpass dot text and close that single quote. And this is how we will set the password to check against the database as a case-sensitive field. So what we're going to do is use collation. We'll say collate SQL underscore Latin 1 general CP1 CS AS. And I don't know what all of these little components mean, like CP1. This may be case sensitive. Not sure what that is. Might be worth looking up. But what I do know is that this will cause it to check this field against the database as case sensitive. So it's very important. And then we will end our query there. And you can close off the run query with parenthesis end paren. So that will run our credentials against a database query. And if a match is found, it should return a value of 1, because there shouldn't be more than one unique key in your database. Shouldn't be more than one password combo. So it should return either 1 or 0. So here we'll say if SQL.SQL dataset .tables .rows 0, grabbing the first index in our tables and rows, and the item user count, you have to grab it by the name that you chose or by the field names that you use. So in this case, we're returning user count, so that's the field I want to grab here. If that equals 1, then return true from our function. Otherwise, we'll say message box invalid user credentials. And we could throw a VB critical in there if we wanted. I'll just say login failed. Gotta be dramatic with your error messages, right? So, if that is the case, then return false. Oops. So it's going to run the query against the database, check and see if the user password combination exists, make sure that the password is checked case sensitive, and if it returns an item, and that item equals 1, then we know that the username password combination was successfully found, and we will return a true. Otherwise, we will return a message indicating a failure and return false. So we can go back up to our login here. So we already know if we have a successful connection to the database. Now we want to know if the user is authenticated. So we'll say if is authenticated equals true, then set the auth user variable up here to to be equal to the text in the username field. Alternatively, if you wanted to be more secure, you could use something like a user token that you could cause to expire in your database. I'm not going to get that in-depth in this tutorial, so this just kind of keeps it simple. You could also have your username field expire after a certain time, so the user has to re-log in if they're inactive. There's a number of things that you can do to secure your application. That's all up to you. So here we could say message box login successful. Alright, so let's give this a try. Go ahead and run that. Oh, I didn't specify any values. Invalid user credentials. It is not happy. Okay. Now, something you'll notice here, typing in my password is going in as plain text. We don't want that for a password box. So that user does not exist. I'm going to jump back to my form and grab this password box and scroll down in your properties to use system password character and change that to true. And then it will hide your password as you type it. Login failed. Invalid user credentials. So let's grab some real credentials from the database and test them out. Oops. That's not what I wanted. I want this guy. I'm going to run a query here against my database. I'm going to say select star from members. Alright, so I'm just going to grab one of these randomly. I'm going to use Ambrosia21 here. Her password is I love code, capital I, capital L. So, first off, we'll try Ambrosia21, and her actual password is capital I, capital L, O-V-E, capital C-O-D. Look at that. The login was successful, and I typed in the correct case, capital I, capital L, O-V-E, and capital C-O-D-E, and so let's try typing in her I love code in lowercase. I love code. Look at that, invalid. So we know that our case sensitivity for the password is functioning properly. I can't fake the password or guess it if it's mixed case. So let's try another one. New admin was another one, and the password is this is good. Try logging in. Login successful. All right, well, message box is kind of nice, but what if I want to, show a little more information about the user indicating that they logged in? What I will do is jump back into my form code, and I will create a simple sub to grab the user's information. So I'm going to come down here at the bottom. I'm going to say a public sub or private sub, doesn't really matter. It's in our main form. Get user info. Okay, simple enough. And as before, we're going to run a query against the database. This time for user information. I'm going to say SQL dot run query. I'm going to create another select statement. I'm going to say select. And I want specific fields this time. I'm going to grab the username, website, the email address, and the last login date. And I'm going to drop down a line, tell where to grab the information from the members table. And I want a filter on there. So I'm going to say where username equals open single quote. And instead of using what's in my text box, I'm going to use the authenticated user to run this query. So I'm going to say and auth user. And then I'm going to close that single quote, and that's it. I can close off my run query. And now what we will do is cycle through our records that are returned to our SQL data set, and return the values to our text box. There's a number of ways. Text box probably isn't the cleanest way to do it, but it works well enough for what we're doing here. You could store it in labels or list boxes, combo boxes, all sorts of, really any control that you want to store your information to. That's up to you. For the sake of this demonstration, I'm just going to use this text box. And so what I will do is I will create a loop to loop through the results of this query in our data set by saying for each I as object, I'm going to return each value as an object. I've found that using an object variable seems to handle null values in our data sets better. If you try returning null values to strings, it'll often crash on you. So just a little pointer there. For each I as an object in our SQL data set, SQLDS dot tables 0. I'll just grab the first table. Dot rows. Okay. So for each item found in our rows, I'm going to return the values to my text box. So I'll say txt user info dot text equals, and I'm just going to format a string here. I'm going to say member with the member name and I dot item. And because we're using a generic object here, it's not going to actually show us the properties of our row item. So we have to just kind of know that they're there. Say item, and the name of our field, username. And then I'm going to add a line break. I'll just say vbcrlf, drop down. And then I want the website, the user's website. So I'm going to repeat this, I.item, oops. It wants to auto, IntelliSense is not being intelligent right now, so I'm just going to grab this, copy, paste it here. I'll simplify things anyway. Grab the website field from our query, and again, vbcrlf, and let's just grab this line and copy and paste, drop down, paste, and this time I want the email. Let's say item email, and one final line. And we can get rid of the ending there, since it's the last bit. Last login, or I can say last active. And really what you would end up wanting to do probably is when the user successfully logs in, you could run that against your database and actually update this login, the last active date. Just a little thing to consider. All right, I think we are ready to test this. Let's go ahead and just kick it off. And I'm going to grab Ambrosia again, Ambrosia 21. unsuccessful. It's not returning our value. Oh, probably help if I actually called our get info. So let's come back up here in our code. I have a message box telling me I was successful, but I never actually did anything after that. So I will say get user info. If we have a successful connection and the user is authenticated, then change our auth user to the text value here and get the user info. All right, Ambrosia, don't let me down. I love code. Look at that. So it is successfully grabbing her information and populating the text box within. It's fantastic. You could, if you wanted, you could have an avatar link in your database, in your users table, if you wanted a user profile picture, and then you could bring that profile picture in and show it on the form, maybe up here in the corner or something. Since I've kind of showed you exactly what I wanted to show you in this video, I'm going to kind of leave it here, but if you wanted to do something like that, I could certainly show you how in the future. If this video is helpful to you, please share it. Give me the likes and stuff. I really appreciate that. If you think anybody else will find it useful, then share it with them. Let's see. Mr. Admin. Sorry, I just want to play with my app a little. This is good. Oh, that's not his password. I was looking at the wrong records. The master. Oh yeah. Notice the information updated properly. Everything looks good. So that is how you create a login app. I hope this has been helpful. Leave me comments and whatever you like. I appreciate it. Thanks. I wish you all luck in your apps. Bye-bye. Welcome to the VB Toolbox. In this tutorial, I will be teaching you how to fill a combo box with items from a database. In this tutorial, I will be using Sql CE, or a compact edition database, simply because it's lightweight, portable, and also comes as part of the Visual Studio or Visual Basic packages. So you should have those on your machine, and nice thing about it is you don't have to install a SQL server to use it. So this should work with any other types of databases that you wish to use, MySQL or Access or anything else that you can establish an ADO connection to, or any other kind of database connection. Anyway, let's go ahead and get started here. The first thing we will do is click to create a new project and give it a name. I'm just going to call it Combo Fill and hit OK. Make sure that's a Windows Forms application. And from here, I want to add a couple of controls. The first being, of course, our combo box that we want to fill with database items. So I'm going to bring that up. And I'm going to shrink my error list down here, but maybe I can just hide that. So we have a little more room to play. I'm going to change the name of this. I'm going to be doing something simple, maybe just a list of foods or something like that. So I want to select my combo box and change the name of it to something that's a little easier to call on. I'm going to call it CBX Food. And so I'm going to have a list of foods. Next up, I want a text box. And in this text box, I'm going to display the type of food. Okay, so I'm just going to select that and change the name to txt food type. Okay, and so these are pretty much the only controls we'll be using for this tutorial. And what I'm going to teach you is how to add a database to your project and bring in records from that database into this combo box, and then requery the database based on the item that we select in the combo box. When we select it, it'll requery and bring up the type of food and put it over here in this text box. Kind of a cool trick. So next step, we want to create a reference to our Sql CE database library. So this is how we're going to be able to get access to our query features and whatnot. So if we come over to our Solution Explorer, right-click and select Add Reference, and then go to the .NET references, and you can organize your component name by clicking that. And we want to find system.data.sql CE server. So go down to the S's, and there we are. So you should have this 3.51. This one comes with Visual Basic. I added this one later on. I did an upgrade, which you can get from Microsoft for free. But let's just go ahead and use 3.51. That's just fine. And select OK. So now we have a reference to that library, and we can begin creating our SQL control class. So to create that class, let's right-click on our solution header on our project and select Add Class. Okay, and we're going to give our class a name. I like to call mine SQL Control. Okay, you can call yours whatever you like. And since we added our reference, we can now import the system.data SQL Server CE library. So I'm going to start with imports system.data, and then I'm going to import system.data.SQL Server CE. That gives us access to all of our ADO features. And the first part of this, we're going to need to create a SQL connection and then a SQL command, and of course our data adapter and data set. It's going to be hard to call on a database here without actually having a database in our project yet, so maybe we should jump over and actually add the database to our project. Let's right-click on our Solution Explorer again on our project head and select Add, New Item, and come down to Installed Templates, Data, and you should have an option to add a local database. And if we click on that, we can see it's an empty SQL Server Compact 3.5 database. That's the reference that we added. So give your database file a name. I'm just going to call this one combofill.sdf and click Add. And now you should notice if this wizard pops up, you can use these, and probably a lot of people actually like to use the wizards. I just like to hand code it, so that's how we're going to learn how it's all working. I'm just going to cancel out of that, and now we will have the database file in our Solution Explorer. So with that in there, we can now create a SQL connection. So I'm just going to add a little note, SQL connection. And I'm going to create this as a private variable. I'm going to say private SQL con as new SQL CE connection. All right. And we're going to add one property to this. We have to point to the data source. And normally in most SQL projects or other database types, you have a server installed somewhere. The beauty of SQL Server Compact is that our database is a single file that resides in our project directory. So it's really easy to point to this. So we say data source equals combofill dot SDF. Okay. I doubt that's case sensitive, but throw in a semicolon, close that string, and we're good to go. And that should give us a connection to our database. Now we need to create a variable for our command, and our command is what is executed when we want to run a query or an insert or something like that into our database. So I'm going to say private SQL CMD as a SQL CE command. Okay. And now we need an adapter and a data set for our SQL data. So I'm just going to say this is for our SQL data, and I'm going to make these public because I want to be able to access these from other classes like our main form. Once we create an instance of this control class, because we will be relying on these quite a bit. I'm going to say SQL DA as SQL CE data adapter, and another public variable, SQL DS, and this is probably the most important one. This is where our data is going to be called from in our main application. So as a data set, and I'm going to be using parameterized queries. So just because it's a good practice, and it's more professional and helps you prevent SQL injection attacks against your databases and whatnot. Probably not a big deal on a tutorial, but it's just, like I said, it's a good practice, and it's pretty easy to use them. So I'm going to use query parameters. And to do this, I'm going to create a public list called params as new, and make sure you use new here. It's important to actually initialize a new instance of the list collection. So a new list of SQL CE parameter. Okay. So we've created a list or a collection of SQL CE parameters called params. So every time we run a query, if we want to use filters, which are essentially, it's like variables for SQL databases, okay? It allows you to actually use variables inside of your SQL statements, which is nice. And finally, I'm going to add a couple of variables just for query statistics, our record count and any errors or exceptions that we may encounter along the way. So I'm going to say query statistics. And the first is just going to be a public record count as an integer. That will store just a count. Sometimes it's nice to know how many records you've updated in, when you run a command against your database. You want some, stats or results. Can be very handy to make sure that your commands are running properly. And exception, because I want to capture any error messages I get when I run my queries. All right, so now that our variables are done here, we can begin creating our query execution sub. And the nice thing about using this class is this is completely reusable code. You can just kind of drag this over and copy it over to other projects. If you have other database projects you're making, it's really nice. And it also, makes this sort of dynamic. It allows us to control the SQL control class. One difference between this project and something that might be a little more professional is that generally you're not going to specify your Sql connection parameters right here. You're probably going to have a settings tab or something in your application where you can actually allow the user to define what database they want to connect to and things like that. So let's go ahead and begin creating our query execution sub. I'm going to make this sub public so I can access it from the outside. So I'm going to say public sub execute query. And I want to make it so I can pass a query string into this sub from the outside. So I'm just going to write query as a string, and I'm going to perform my queries inside of a try-catch statement to capture any errors. And if there's an error, we don't want it to crash our application. We want it to return it gracefully. So I'm going to just hit try and hit enter, and it will generate our try-catch statement. And the first thing we need to do is open a connection to our database. So I'm going to say SQL Con dot open. And I like to immediately follow that with SQL Con dot close, which is actually going to be the final. But I'm just going to go ahead and put that in there. And we'll just be working in between these two commands. So the first thing we need to do is create our SQL command. So I'm going to say create SQL command. And say SQL CMD, referencing our command variable up here. SQL CMD equals a new Sql CE command. And we're going to pass two parameters into this, the first being the query string that we provide from the outside up here, and the second parameter being a reference to our Sql connection. Piece of cake. Nice and easy. All right. Next up, if we have any parameters that we've supplied for variables in our query, we want to load those in right now, or put those parameters in our params list. So I'm going to use a nice clean little lambda expression to do this in a single line. And I'll try to explain that as I go. So I'm just going to say load parameters into SQL command. All right. So what I'm going to do is reference my params list here, and I'm going to say params dot for each, and I'm going to create a nameless sub inside of here, generating a lambda expression. Each sub x will be equal to the object inside of the list. So each item it encounters is x. So list item 1, list item 2, and so on. And then I'm going to tell it what to do for each x that it finds. I'm going to say SQL CMD dot parameters, which is part of the Sql command object. We're just going to add whatever's in our list to this Sql params. And the item that I want to add to our command parameters is x from our list. So hope that makes sense. It simplifies it. We could do a for each item in params list, then go down and add these individually, but having a lambda expression reduces that to a single line of code, which makes it nice and clean. Next, we will clear our parameter list. Okay, once we've added all of our parameters to our command, we don't want to leave them up here, because then next time we go to run a query, it's going to be finding a whole bunch of parameters from our past queries and trying to add them in. It's going to crash our future queries. So we're just going to dump that list when we're done adding them to our command. So to do that, it's very simple. We just say params dot clear. So that flushes our parameter list. Now we are ready to capture our data. Execute our command and fill the data set. All right. To do this, the first thing we're going to do is create a brand new clean data set. So we'll say SQL DS equals a new, very important to use that new, data set. And once we've created that, we can create a new data adapter as well. So SQL DA equals new SQL data adapter, and inside of the data adapter parameters we want to tell it what to do. This is going to cause it to execute this SQL command that we've loaded up with parameters. So we want to reference that SQL command right here. And as soon as it creates this new SQL data adapter, it automatically executes this. And then, once we do that, we want to set record count, and this is kind of interesting, is going to equal the execution of our, or the filling of our data set, okay? When we use the data adapter's fill method, say .fill, it returns a numeric value indicating the number of records that were affected. So we're going to capture that into this record count variable. And what we want to fill using our data adapter is our data set. So we're just kind of passing the data around here. Goes out to the database, grabs it through the data adapter, and then dumps it into the data set. And that's all there is to it. Now here I like to capture errors if there's a problem. What I'm going to do is just capture it to this exception string, which I will be able to reference because it's public. I can grab it from the outside. So I'm just going to say exception equals ex.message. All right. Now, in the event that there is an error, we need to make certain that the database is closed. So what happens here is if it's running through the try-catch and it's able to execute part of the query, but it encounters an error halfway, it will jump out of this try, it'll jump out of this code and go straight down to the exceptions, okay? So it will actually bypass this closure and leave the database open. So what we need to do is, after it's done with this whole try-catch thing, we need to just make absolutely certain that the database is closed, otherwise it will hang up future queries. So we'll say if SQL Connection dot state equals connection state open, saying if it's still open, then please close it. SQL con dot close. All right. So make sure the connection is closed. Now we just need to add one final method to this, and it will be a completely functional and usable class. We need to add a method to actually input parameters into our list here. So, just to simplify it, we could access this remotely and just dump them in, but it's nicer to make things dynamic so your code's not quite so bloated and huge at the end. Having a simple class to handle that, or a simple method to handle that, keeps things clean. So I'm going to say public sub add param, and I'm going to give the parameter has to have a name, and a parameter also has to have a value. Okay, so value can be different data types, integers, strings, different database data types. So rather than actually trying to add it as a string or some other kind of data type, we're just going to use an object data type, which can essentially be anything. So value as object, and here we're going to dim a new parameter. So we create a new instance of SQL parameter. Make sure you use new SQL CE parameter, and we're just going to dump the name parameter and the value into this new SQL parameter. So it's pretty simple. And finally, once we've generated a brand new SQL parameter, we're going to dump it into our params list. So we'll just say params dot add new param. That's all there is to it. Create a new parameter, add it to the list. So this makes it really simple to add them from the outside without having a bunch of extra code. So we should be ready to go here. Now, what we need to do is actually have some data in our database to draw from. That's going to be pretty important. So what you can do is you can right-click on this database and go to Properties. I'm sorry, Open, not Properties. Open, and it should bring up your Server Explorer with your database, combo fill, and what we have is a blank database with no tables or anything. So all I want to do is just add a table. I'm going to right-click on my Tables folder there and create a table. And this table I'm just going to call Food. And I'm going to add a column name, ID. I like to add an ID column that's going to auto-increment. It's important to set this to identity increment now, because if, for some reason, if you forget to do that and you come back, you've made your table all up, spent a bunch of time creating your table, and you come back and realize you forgot to set an identity increment, it won't allow you to do it without dropping the table and rebuilding it all over again. So I'm going to set the data type on my ID column to integer, int, length is 4, allow nulls is going to be no, unique, yes, primary key, yes, okay? And here's where I want to make sure this is set to be an identity field. All right. So next up, I am going to add some columns. I want food name, and I'm just going to leave this on nvarchar and give it a length of 30 characters. Allow nulls, no, I don't want to allow nulls. Unique, the food name must be unique because I want one of each kind of food in here. Doesn't need to be a primary key. Food type is going to be my next field, and the food type can have multiple values of the same type. So I'm going to say allow nulls. I don't want any nulls here. I want each one to have a food type, but it does not need to be unique, so I'll just leave that. So that's a very simple table structure. I'm just going to keep it like that. And click OK, and that will generate a brand new food table for us. Now that we've done that, we need to add some items to pull into our fields. So what I'm going to do is come back over here and right-click on this table and go to Show Table Data, and that will actually allow me to edit the table values here. So food names, let's do apple, well, it's a fruit, okay. Steak, that's a meat. Chicken, that's also a meat. Poultry, whatever. Banana is a fruit, and a pie for dessert, whatever. That's probably good enough for testing. So I'm going to go ahead and save my project here as combo fill, hit save. And now I have some goodies in my database to play with. I'm going to click on my toolbox here, and I'm going to grab a couple of labels so we know what we're putting where. This one's just going to be food. I'm clicking on my label and changing the text property here in the properties. And you should be able to right-click on that, copy, and paste another one, or Control-V, Control-C, and Control-V to copy and paste those. And this one will be food type. Okay. And I did rename that, right? Okay. So, let's go ahead and double-click on our form to get into our form code. Now we're ready to start coding our main form. First thing we need to do is reference our lovely new SQL control class. So I'm going to create a private variable called SQL to very easily manage all of my SQL queries and connections. So I will do SQL as a new, very important, SQL control. And it should find your class and reference it. And that's all there is to it. Very easy. So now what we need is a sub to manage our, sorry about that, I have a phone call. Going to jump down and create our method for populating our combo box. Okay, so I'm going to say private sub get foods. I don't need any parameters here. And I'm going to query the foods table. Now, generally, if I wanted any filters on my query, I would add some of our SQL parameters. But I do not need that since this is sort of a generic. I want to grab everything from my foods table into my combo box. I want to grab all of the food names. So this is going to be very simple. I'm just going to say SQL.execute query. And here is where I'm going to put in my query string. You do need to be familiar with SQL. It's just using SQL Compact Edition is virtually identical to using SQL Server, with the exception that it's lacking a few of the more advanced commands. Other than that, it's very similar. I'm just going to say select food name from food. Okay, that's all there is to it. We've generated a SQL query. So, if we wanted to test this from the get-go, we could do message box and grab SQL. Once we launch that query, if you remember back here, it sets the record count. So if we have any foods in our table, then they should be drawn in here. So I'll say message box SQL.record count. I want to know how many it finds, if any. And we need to actually fire this, so I'm just going to put it in my form load event here. Just going to say get foods, run it, and look at that, found 5 fruits in there. If you got an error when you did that, instead what you could do is capture the exception, to find out what it was, or if you got 0 records. Now, ours is working fine, but what if we just threw in an error for the fun of it? I'm going to try selecting food name from a foods table, which we know is incorrect. Oh, look at that. It captured an error. The specified table does not exist, foods. So it's a good way to capture your errors. I fix that. And now that we are successfully running queries of our database, we can now capture some of those records. So what I'm going to do is say if records are found, add them to the combo box. All right. So what we want to do is say if sql.records record count is greater than 0. So if we do find records, then for each R as a data row in SQL.SQLDS or dataset tables. We always grab the first table in the list that it finds, which is always 0. Dot rows. Okay, so to go over this again, we are probing our tables here, the rows of our tables, for each row that it finds in this list of rows, this collection of database rows. We want to return the value of that to our combo box. So I'm going to say cbx food.items.add, and the value that we want to add to our combo box is going to be R, being the data row that's returned, and we have to reference the correct column from that row of data, because we have 3 columns, the ID, the food name, and the food type. So we want specifically the one that we pulled in our query. So I'm going to say food name in quotes, and that tells it which column to grab. So we're going to capture all of our food names into our combo box. And then, once it's done, we want to set the first, unless you don't want it to automatically select one of the items, leave it blank as you see it here. You don't have to do that. If you actually want it, once it finds items, if you want it to automatically put a value in here, you just set the combo box to the first record that it finds, okay? So we're going to say cbx.food.selectedIndex equals 0. That just sets it to the very first item that exists, and it changes the value, the text value and whatnot, to whatever item is there. Selects it. Okay. And sorry, I ran out of time there. Down here we can say else if SQL.exception is not empty, then report errors. Message box SQL.exception. All right. So let's go ahead and run this guy and see what happens. I'm just going to hit play. And look at that. Looks like it's going through our database and filling our combo box. Now, if you do this multiple times, your combo box is probably not going to clear out. So, if I ran this get food several times, it's probably going to start duplicating the items in the combo box because it won't remove them. If you wanted to, you could probably throw something, up in here. Something like clear combo box. Do something like cbxfood.items.clear. I think that would kind of purge it for us. If we had a button, we could sort of test that. But main thing is I wanted to show you how to draw data into this combo box from your database. Next up, what if we want to have some sort of action when we select banana? Okay, what if we wanted it to query the database again and find out what the food type was? Well, we can certainly do that. What we're going to do is create a second sub down here to fetch the food type. So creating a new method here called private sub get food type. Okay. And for this command, the food type that I want to get is going to be based upon the food that is selected in the database. So whatever food I select should have a food type associated with it. So I'm going to say food as string, okay? And that's going to essentially be my query filter. So here we are going to actually use our search parameters to pass this in as a variable in our SQL query. So I'm going to say add a search parameter. And to do this is quite simple, because we added this add parameters sub to our SQL control class. All we have to do is say sql.addParam, and we need to specify the name of our parameter, which is usually done, it's a string, so we have to open quotes here, and usually use an @ sign, and then give our SQL variable a name. In this case, it will be food. And then hit comment, and now we need to know the value that we need to pass to our database through this variable. And in this case, it's just going to be the food string that we have there. So very simple to add parameters now to our queries. And they're also pretty simple to use. So now that we have that, all we have to do is run the query. Okay? SQL.execute query. And we're going to build a query string here. I'm going to say select. Food type is what we want to return here from our food table, where, so for our filter, say where the food name is equal to our food parameter, okay, our food variable. So this should match. What we're going to do is pass this into here, and it's going to load it into this variable, and we are going to call that variable inside of our string right here. So it actually, normally, if we're not using parameters, what we might have to do is do something like this, where the food name equals, and then we have to break our string, concatenate on the combo box, and the text from the combo box, okay? And then we'd have to close our string, make sure we put our single quotes in there on each side, and you know, it's kind of a pain, and it also is less secure because people can use SQL injection attacks against your database if they're given a field to type in and execute those queries. So, much better to use SQL parameters. All right, so that's fairly simple, and then we'll say if our food is found, then send the food type to our text box, okay? So we're going to say if we find some food records here, we'll say if SQL.recordCount is greater than 0, then we are going to set our txt, that's our text box, food type, dot text to equal, and this is where, you know, this is going to be a load of information here. So SQL dot our SQL data set, SQLDS, dot the first table it finds, being 0, And then the first row it finds, if for some reason our, I set it so in our database the food name is unique. So it will always only return a single food value here, okay? It should always only return one record. However, if for some reason you had more than one food of the same name, had two different types, or you had a duplicate record for some reason, if we just grab row 0, it's going to force it to grab the very first record that it finds and report that item. And the item that we want is our food type. So just like we used up here is a lot easier because we just cycled through the records and grabbed all of this text into this, kind of wrapped it all into this R, which was a row. In this case, we're calling the table, the row in the table, and then the item in the row. So item is going to be food type. Okay. So just to kind of go over this again, if we have more than 0 records, if it finds data, then set our text box to be equal to the data that it found, the food type that it found, okay? So, we're not actually firing that just yet. Now we need to actually cause it to execute this food type. And what we'll do is make this a nice dynamic query. So we're going to double click on our combo box, and that's going to generate a text index, selected index change event, okay? And from here, meaning every time we click our drop-down list and select an item, it's going to run this new query, okay? Creates a dynamic query. It's pretty awesome. So to do this is very simple. We'll just say get food type, calling upon the sub that we just created here, which is, really only 3 lines of code. Very simple. And we need to know what kind of food, because we want this to be dynamic, we don't just want to say, apple or something like that. We want it to be whatever is in the combo box when we change our selection. So every time we select a new item in our combo box, so we'll say cbx food dot text, and that will show the selected item, the text. So what we're going to do is when we select an item, it's going to pass that text into this get food, and that text is going to become a parameter, and that parameter will be a variable to filter our query by. See how that kind of just rolls down nice and clean? So if we run this guy, look at that. It already, because what happened is when we first started, it ran this get foods, and at the end of get foods, we are changing the selected index. And because it sees that as a selected index change event, and it automatically fires as soon as the application starts. And so it pulls Apple, queries the database for our food types, loads the list, and then as soon as that index changes, it runs another query against the database, grabbing the food type associated with that. So if we select banana, that's also a fruit. If we select pie, it's a dessert. If we select chicken, it's a meat. So every time we do this, we're running a new query against the database and just grabbing the associated data using this as our filter. Pretty awesome stuff. So I hope that this database tutorial has been helpful to you. And keep in mind, like I said earlier, I know we're using SQL here, SQL CE specifically, not even SQL Server. But this can be used exactly in the same way with SQL Server or with any other database type that we're connecting to. So I hope this helps out. Please leave your comments and and your thumbs up if you liked it. I appreciate that. I wish you all well. Thank you. Bye-bye. Welcome to the VB Toolbox. In this tutorial, I will be teaching you how to parameterize your Microsoft SQL queries from your VB.NET application. Parameterized queries are a good first line of defense against SQL injection attacks against your database by malicious users of your application. In this tutorial, I will be using the same database that I've been using in all my database tutorials. It's just a very basic forum structure application database. I'm going to be focusing on this members table again, using the source code from my last tutorial, which was showing you how to create a login screen for your SQL Server. So I'm going to go ahead and open up that project. If you don't have that project, you might want to review the last tutorial, creating a login screen for your SQL application. Otherwise, I will probably be posting a link to the project source in the About section of this video. So as a brief reintroduction to the SQL login demonstration that we had done before, we'd created this app that accepted a username and password, and if that password was checked successfully against the database and the username, it would bring up the user's profile in this informational box down below. So if I bring my database back up here, I can look and select a user from here. I have 10 users. Using Ambrosia 21. I love code. And then I select logon. And Ambrosia 21 was successfully checked against the database, and it returned that user's profile. So beyond that, what we had created was a SQL control class that holds all of our SQL instructions, our query instructions, and a connection test. And there's my connection string up there showing how I connect to my database. And finally, in Form 1, we have our login button and our profile information box down here. So we had created a function to check whether the user is authenticated. And what you can see here is, we're building this query, and we try to keep our applications as dynamic as possible, but the more dynamic they are, generally the more vulnerable they are to SQL injection attacks. Now, what a SQL injection attack is, essentially, is when a malicious user modifies your query string at runtime, okay? So as you can see, this query string is built from our username text box and the password text box. And what they'll generally do is modify this filtering scheme and make it so, regardless of whether or not they get the username successfully, whether they choose an existing username or password, they will make this return a true value. Since this value needs to evaluate or return a true value, it's essentially saying username equals the username in the text box, okay? If that username is found, this returns a true. So what they do is they force a true value by modifying the query string at runtime. I'll try to actually do a demonstration here. If I take my username here and enter X, okay, and then I force the current string here to terminate by inserting a single quote, what you can see here is that the username return is going to be X, and it's going to terminate prematurely. So this single quote's left hanging at the end, And what I can do is implement an OR here, and then add any value that I could force to be true. So, for example, I could open another string here, insert x, and say x equals x. And what I do is I avoid putting on the final single quote, because this one will then terminate my string. So what I've done is I've said where the username equals x, which we know is false because there's probably no username x in the database, or x equals x. And x, of course, is going to equal x. And so it's going to return true for the username, regardless of whether an actual username was found in the database. So you can see how that could be very dangerous, because then the malicious user could return all user data for all users in the database, okay, and possibly get access to, information like the password field and stuff like that that they shouldn't have access to for all the other users. That's just one example of many types of SQL injection attacks. There is the popular one where they terminate the string and the query prematurely by entering a semicolon and then fire another command at the database, like drop table members, and then throw in a comment. 2 dashes makes a SQL comment. So anything coming after that point would just be canceled out, and then this would be executed against the database. Now, ADO.NET, the ADO.NET connector kind of protects against that just a tiny bit by differentiating between the SQL data reader and the execute non-query. I don't have the execute non-query in this example here, but if we took the SQL command and ran execute non-query, then that could fire a drop command or any other table updates, deletes, inserts, and things like that. Now, they can't modify that at runtime, but if you had a dynamic query set up, kind of like we have a dynamic query set up here that will accept any query string, if that query string's been modified by the user, then it will be passed and executed against the database. Even if it is just a read query, they could still get access to maybe admin account information and things like that that would give them higher privileges in your database. So things to keep in mind, and I will show you an example of this as we go. So we'll go over to the is authenticated area here, and this is where we're going to add a couple of message boxes to kind of give an example of what I'm talking about here. I'm going to fire a SQL injection attack against my little database here for you. So the first thing we want to do to see what our query string looks like when we run it, I'm going to add a message box, and I'm just going to copy this entire query string over to that message box. So it will display it to us at runtime. Okay. And the way that I'm handling my logins is, not the same as what everybody does. Everybody usually has a little bit different login scheme. What I did is I just selected a count of usernames that were found in the table. But even this is still vulnerable against the injection, because this part here can be modified by the user and executed. But down here, I'm going to test SQL injection. If I was actually returning the username and the password instead of just returning a count of all usernames found, then the end user would actually see that username and password returned, or they would at least have access to that, and depending upon how your system is coded or what you're actually trying to do. Login screens are not the only vulnerable part of a SQL application. Naturally, you usually have all sorts of components in your application. You could be entering employee names or part numbers or anything. Anywhere you've got a query string that you're dynamically updating from your text boxes and accepting user input, there's a potential risk there. So down here, what I will do is I will say message box, and I'm going to take my SQL. SQL is my reference to my SQL control class that we created in the previous tutorial. And I will access from there the data set, so SQL DS, and that is our data set that we create here and fill when we run the query, okay? So that runs the query against the database. The database returns the records that it discovers and loads them into this data set, and then we have access to the data in there. I'm going to grab table 0. There's usually one table return. And for the rows, I'm just going to grab row 0, because in my query I'm only returning one value here. And the item that I want to return is user count. That's the name of the field that I'm returning. I named it user count here, which is a count of all users found that match txt_user.txt. And I'll close that message box. So let's go ahead and run this and see what happens. I want to see what my query string looks like when I use Ambrosia21. I love code. And if you recall from the first tutorial, this collate section tells my password, to check it in a case-sensitive manner. So if I enter I love code in all lowercase, it's not going to match her password. So it is case-sensitive, and that's what does that. So I'm going to go ahead and log in here. Sorry about the slowness of my database on my dinosaur computer. Give it a moment here to connect. All right, so it's firing this message box up here and revealing our query string. So as you can see, it's a, nicely formed common query string. And we hit OK. It tells us that one user was found, and that's exactly what should happen. You shouldn't have the same username more than once in your database. And then it successfully returns. If I run Ambrosia22, tries to find username Ambrosia22, shouldn't be able to find it because it doesn't exist, and returns 0 users, okay? And tells me that invalid user credentials were entered right here. So what if I fire a SQL injection attack at the database and effectively modify my query string? So I'm a malicious user here. I know that the username is looking for a string here, so I'm going to prematurely terminate that string, throw in an OR, so either one has to be true. We know that this will be false. The malicious user knows that that's going to be false, so all we have to do is force it to find a true value. So we throw in a string x, say x equals x. Well, of course x equals x. Now, I'm not going to throw on the ending quote here because that's going to be captured right here. this still exists in the query string, so it's just going to inject this and then take off from there. Now, what I'm going to have to do here to successfully do this, because if this is false, but this is true, the first one is captured successfully, but the password is still going to return a false value if I don't know it. So what I'm going to do is copy this same string down to my password box and inject it in there. Okay, and I'm going to hit login, and we'll see what our string looks like now. Select count username as user count from members, where username equals X, we know that's false, or X equals X, we know that's true. So password was, or the username was successful. Password, that's a fail. There's no X in the passwords to match, but, or X equals X. So we have a true value on the first statement and a true value on the second statement. SQL should think that that is A-OK. So we're going to hit enter, or OK, and notice what we're seeing here. All 10 users were returned successfully from this login. Now, it's going to go ahead and tell me that the login failed because I had a little catch string down here, or a little if statement to catch. If there's more than one user found with those credentials, then return, or I'm sorry, if exactly one user is returned, then return true. Otherwise, it's going to be false. So the fact that I returned 10 users, or more than one, was captured here. So it's just going to skip over the actual true and tell me that it's false. However, in the meantime, the user has already gained, the malicious user has already gained access to all 10 users in the database, as we can see here. So if we were outputting username and password here in our data set, then he could have captured the usernames and passwords for every user in the database. So it goes through, it says invalid credentials because more than one user was returned. So what I'm going to do is show you how to parameterize these queries and prevent that code from being injected into the query string. So let's jump over to our SQL control class. And in here, I'm going to create a new kind of query. I'm going to create a parameterized query, but before I do that, I need a place to store the parameters. So I'm going to, at the top of the class here, I'm going to add a public variable, SQL params, as a new list of SQL parameter, okay? This is coming from our SQL client namespace. So we're going to create a list of parameters, and each time we run the query, we'll fill up this list as desired, keeping it kind of dynamic, and then when the query is done, we'll flush that list. So future queries can add their own new parameters to it. Keeps it dynamic. Now that we have that, let's go down and create our parameterized query. So we don't want this run query. I'm going to say public sub param query, and I'm going to pass a couple of parameters into this, not related to the query parameters themselves, but we want to pass our actual query string in. So we'll say query as string. And one thing that I added, because we're doing a user login form here, we still want to check and make sure that the password is case sensitive. So we're going to make an option for this collation here, and that's going to be optional. So what I'm going to do is say optional collate. Actually, before we do that, we're going to need to enumerate those. So I'm just going to go ahead and close this real quick here. Oops, I accidentally messed up my class there. Sorry about that. So before we do this, I'm just going to add a public enum down here real quick called collation. So I'll say public enum. That just creates a collection here. I'm going to say none and case sensitive. Helps if you spell them right. All right, now I can use this in my query parameter. So I'll say optional. Let's see here. Optional collate as collation. And because we're giving it an optional value here, we have to set a default to fall back to. So I'm just going to say collation none. Okay. So with that, we're ready to begin our query setup, and we're going to use a try-catch to capture any failures of our query against the database or connection or anything else like that. So I'm going to do a try, and first thing we need to do is open a connection to the database. So we're going to use our Sql connection up here, Sql Con. All right, and I like to just terminate that as well, so I don't forget in the end. Open it, close it, do stuff in between. All right, and now we're going to modify our query string if we have selected case-sensitive collation. So, you know, every object we put in there, we might not want to collate. So this is just for the password at the end of that. I'm going to say if collate equals collation case-sensitive, then query equals query, and we'll just append that collation value. I'm just going to copy and paste it over there with spaces. All right. So collate SQL Latin general, and this causes the case sensitivity here. So, but it's only appended at the end, so it's going to be the last field in the list, which in this case is the password field. Okay, let's see. Now we want to generate our SQL commands. So we're going to do SQL CMD as defined up here. And that's going to be a new command. Equals new SQL command. And we'll be passing the query into that command. And our SQL connection will be used to open the database. So this tells it where to go, and this tells it what to do. And now what we're going to do is loop through this list of parameters. So if there are any parameters in here, we want to add them to our SQL command at this time. So I'm just going to say for each p as SQL parameter in SQL params. So it's going to search through that list, and any parameters that it finds, we're going to add it to our SQL command SQL CMD dot parameters dot add p. Okay, so whatever parameter it finds. And now we have to, for each parameter, we can't just add the name of the parameter, we have to add the value as well. So SQL CMD dot parameters, and I want to get the current one, the current parameter we're looking at, which is P. So P dot parameter name. So we call it by its name from whatever is specified. And then we set the value to be equal to p.value. So we're essentially copying whatever parameters exist in this parameter list over to our current SQL command. And that's all there is to it. At this point, we are going to fill our data set. So fill data set. And to do that, we use a SQL data adapter and a data set. So I'm going to do SQL data adapter equals a new SQL data adapter. And we're going to run this data adapter on SQL command. So this executes our SQL command at this point. Once the parameters have been added, it gets fired off. And then we create a new data set. So we say SQL DS equals new data set. And then we use the data adapter's fill method to dump all the data that it gets from this command into our data set. So SQL DA.fill. And here we select the data set that we want to fill, SQL DS. All right. So that concludes the query. Now, at this point, we want to know what our query string looks like, because I want to compare it to what we saw before when we ran the SQL injection. So I'm just going to throw in a little message box for testing, and I want to return the query string. I'm going to drop it down line bbcrlf, and here I want to return the first item that it found from our data set. So I'm going to say sqlds.tables, 0 index, and rows, also the first row, and the first item. Okay. And we can do this, okay, only success. So that'll indicate that the query was successfully run. And now, if we have any errors or exceptions, we want to capture those. So first thing we want to do is, if for some reason this query bombs out, we want to make sure our connection gets closed. If it crashes up here, it's not going to fire our close method here. So what we want to do is say, if sqlcon.state is open, then sqlcon.close. And that just makes sure we close the database, otherwise we won't be able to run more queries to it after it fails. And we could throw back message box, query failed. And we could throw back the error, ex.message, so the user can tell why it crashed. And again, we might want to see what the query looks like at this point, just in case it does fail. So I'm going to say message box query. So it's going to fire the same query string down here. And finally, we're going to want a way to clean up our parameters when we're done using them, so they don't just kind of stick in the class. So I'm going to create a flush params sub down here. I'm going to say public sub flush params, just to dump that list. It's going to be really simple. All we're going to do is reference that list, SQL params dot clear. So anything in there just gets dumped. And then we can come back up to our param query. And after it's all said and done, just run it one way or the other. All right. So that flushes the parameters. Now we need one more thing. We need to be able to add new parameters to our list. So what I'm going to do is add one more sub here. Public sub add param. Oops. And I'm going to need to specify some of the properties of that parameter. One important one is the name, so we want to give it a name. That'll just be a string value. And the value as an object, because that could be any data type. It's not necessarily just going to be a string. It could be an integer or a Boolean or whatever else you want to pass to your database. So checking data types is another method of data validation that can kind of help you just sort of manage what sort of query data is passed into your query engine. So you can enforce certain data types. You do something like optional data type as DB type, and then give it a default value of something like string to fall back on. And that way you can enforce, so if you're expecting your user to enter a specific value like an integer or something, and they try entering a string that might be a SQL injection, you could fail that back if you wanted. So just more things to keep in mind. There's not just one method of SQL injection. There's a whole bunch of different methods and different database types, but you gotta implement as many layers of security as you can to keep it safe. So let's go ahead and create this parameter. I'm going to just call it new param as a new SQL parameter. And I need to give it a name, so I'm going to say with, and open a curly brace here, and then I can give it some default properties here. The first one is going to be the parameter name, and we're going to get this from name up in our method parameter. And the next one is going to be our value. So I'm going to look for dot value and set that to be equal to whatever is passed through here. And finally, if you wanted to, you could throw in your DB type equals data type. And I think that's all I need. Oops, I don't need that. Okay. So we've added our initial properties to this, and this object will be stored to our params list that we created. So that's what we'll do next. We'll say SQL params dot add our new parameter. So now we can add these at directly from our form over here by referencing our SQL class, our SQL control class. Oh, let me think, is there anything I'm forgetting here? I think we're about ready to test this out, so let's jump back to our form design. We're going to need some way to test this. I'm just going to add a new button to the form over here. And I'm just going to change the text on this to param query. And I'll just use this button to test it. So in our button click event, if you double click on your button, it'll generate this. And now we're ready to try adding some parameters. Well, we know that our username, our user authentication query here has two parameters that we want to pass in, the username and the password. So I'm going to add two new parameters. I'm going to say sql.addParam, that's the sub that we just created, and I'm going to do one @user, that's the name, and then the value is going to come from txt_user.text, so that passes the username. And I'm just going to do a string value, db type string. Remember, that was optional, so you could leave that off if you wanted. sql.addParam. I'm going to create a second parameter, and this one's going to be for the password. I'm just going to call it @pass. And txt_user.text is going to be where the value is coming from. And again, we're going to do a string db type there. And now we are ready to run our parameterized query. So once we've created our parameters, they get added to the list, and then when we execute the query, it sorts through that list and finds each name and value and creates a new parameter for a SQL command. So we'll say SQL dot param query, and in here I am going to add my query string. So I'm going to say select username from members, where the username equals @user. Okay, and notice how I'm forcing a value through here, and rather than just concatenating on directly from the text field. Okay, and I'll show you how this works here in a moment. And password equals @pass. Okay, and I want to concatenate on, make the password case sensitive. So I want to collate. And so that should be ready to run, assuming I didn't make any huge mistakes here. So this should run through here, and if it's successful, it should fire off this message box, show us the query string, and even if it's not successful, it should fire back the query string and show us where it's broken. So I'm going to go ahead and kick it off here, and I'm just going to enter any value and hit my param query. Take me a moment for it to connect to the database. All right, so it did not return any values, and it's going to show me my query string. Now, something you'll notice here is that you never actually see the values that I entered, and that's because they're being passed through these parameters. They're like variables for the query, for the SQL query, and the way that that works is rather than executing the entire query string as it stands, the parameters get passed into the SQL engine and processed in the background, okay? And it knows how to, it basically just forces those values as a literal value into the field. So rather than actually incorporating whatever's in that value into the query string like we are before. I hope that makes sense. But it blocks that SQL injection from ever actually becoming part of our query string. So you never actually see it here. Similarly, stored procedures used on your tables also accept parameters, but from the actual database end instead of like this. So you can pass in, and then you just execute the stored procedure with your parameters in your string here. You do an exec or something like that. But it works very similarly, accepting the parameters, the values from the parameters, and not passing them as a part of the actual string, the actual query string that's executed. So there's no way for us to come here now and say x or x equals x, inject that string into our, into our query. So it's actually becoming part of our actual query. Not good. All the users are returned. Let's try the same thing with our parameterized query. No records were found. And here you can see that these values are not part of our query string because they're stored in these variables. So, and getting processed in the database engine. So that is how SQL injection is blocked by parameterizing your queries. Very important stuff. Like I said before, though, there are a number of other methods for, doing SQL injections, and of course it's also database dependent. MySQL also has some vulnerabilities, but it also has some of its own injection handling. Trying to think if there's anything else. Try Ambrosia 21. I love code. Go ahead and log her in. You can see my connection string with the login. Successfully return one value and returns the user profile. Should work. No row at position 0. So I must have messed up her login there somehow. No, because I shouldn't have passed it there. I wonder if my collation is off. Password pass, collate. It should have been accepted. Now I'm kind of curious here. Let's see where I messed up. I'm going to throw in a message box here in my parameters to test this here real quick. Message box, p'd up parameter name, and write that out, and p.value. I want to see what parameters are actually being passed through here. See if I made a mistake or something. Ambrosia 21. I love code. Username Ambrosia 21. Password Ambrosia 21. Okay. All right. Time to debug my code. That's a ridiculous mistake. You guys probably caught it before I did. Yeah, right here. See, I accidentally used txtuser. I'm passing my password as txtuser. Now it's supposed to be txtpass. Oops. Silly me. Sorry about that. That's programming for you. It gets kind of mind-numbing after a while. our login form accepts it. Ambrosia21. Password is I love code, capital C. Pass I love code. And we have a success. Okay, so no more SQL injections there, and we successfully return the username. Let's try entering the password in lowercase. I love code. Ambrosia21. Pass variable is I love code, and it didn't like it because we forced case sensitivity on it with the collation. Pretty cool stuff. So that is how you parameterize your queries and hopefully prevent SQL injection attacks against your database. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that, passing these in, if there is some bad code in there, especially if you're running a website or something, you got to be cautious because if your users are, taking this from a web login standpoint, and the user has the ability to input values into the database or use if they inject an insert or something like that, if they can't get through the one way, what they can do is get around the back door by injecting, JavaScript or something else into your table, knowing that it might not crash. It's not going to kick them out with the SQL injection on the one side, or if they can't access it, or if they can't run something from the user side, maybe they can run it from the server side. So, they might, embed some nasty HTML or JavaScript in their database entry, and the database accepts it, So that's where form validation comes in, removing certain keywords and things like that. These are, it's another tier of protection against SQL injection. So it's definitely a worthwhile topic to look up for any database programmer out there. You should definitely know about SQL injection, so do your research there. It's worth the look. Anyway, I hope this tutorial has been helpful for you. Sorry it kind of dragged out there for a while, but we got through it. If you liked it or if it was helpful for you, give me a thumbs up and share it with your friends if you know anybody that would also find this useful. I appreciate that. And I wish you all luck on your projects. Take care and catch you soon. Bye-bye. Welcome to the VB Toolbox. In this tutorial, I will be showing you how to modify database records directly from a data grid view. In this tutorial, I will be using SQL Server CE, that's a compact edition, but you can use whatever database you prefer. As long as you have an ADO connection to that, you should be able to follow along still. I will be creating my standard SQL control class. If you already have that from watching one of my previous tutorials, you can just copy and paste the code into the same class in this tutorial and skip ahead. And also, if you already have a database, then you can also skip the database creation portion of this video. But let's go ahead and get started. I am going to add a new project, and I will name this project DGV for Data Grid View Update, and you can call yours whatever you like. Make sure you have a Windows Forms application selected and click OK to generate your project template. I'm going to add two controls for this tutorial. I'm going to use a data grid view. Select that from your toolbox and drop it on your form. And you can stretch that out however you like. I'm just going to dock that to the top. I'm going to get rid of my exceptions window there. First off, if you click on it and select it, you can change the name. I'm going to change it to something a little more simple to call upon. I'm just going to call it DGV for Data Grid View Data. Then I'm going to go down to the dock property and just dock it to the top of my window by selecting dock. From the drop-down, I'll select the top dock, and that'll just snap it to the top of our form. Go ahead and stretch your form out a little. That's what docking does. It makes it just stick to the edges of the form. Next up, I want to add a single command button, which will be used to save our data when we're done modifying it. Let's stretch that down a little bit. And this button, I'm going to name CMD Save. And I will change the caption text on that to Save. All right, and that's all the controls that we'll be using in this tutorial. Next up, I'm going to create a very simple database to store some records in that we can pull into our data grid view. Again, I'm going to be using Sql Compact Edition. You can use whatever you have, or skip this part of the video if you already have something in use. I'll put some links in the About section so you can kind of jump to the next parts of the video. To work with Sql CE, we need a reference to the Sql Server CE library. So to add that, what we'll do is we'll go to our Solution Explorer, right-click on our project header and select Add Reference. And if you go to the .NET tab and order your column component name by clicking on that, we can scroll down to system.data. And I want to select Sql Server CE 3.51 and click OK. And now that library is attached to our project and we can call upon it as desired. So next up, we want to add a database to our project. To do this, I'm going to right-click on my project header, select Add New Item. And if we go down to the Data section and select Local Database, it will automatically generate a SQL Server Compact 3.5 database. And the beauty of these little guys is that it's a single file. There's no server to install and manage. Very simple stuff. Limitations, it lacks some of the features and functionality of, a server database installation. And some of the more advanced commands like selecting cases and stuff from within the database, your SQL code, some of those options don't exist for this. But for the purposes of this tutorial, this should really be fine. I think there's like a 4 gig data limit on these. They really are an amazing and simple database structure to use, and you can just kind of port it with your project, which is really nice. Anyway, enough of that. I'm going to go ahead and just name my database mydb.sdf and select Add. And it'll bring up this wizard when you do this. A lot of people like to use the wizards to set up their database. I prefer to do everything in code so we learn more from it and how it works. I'm going to go ahead and just cancel out of this wizard, and it'll leave a database in your project. And next up, if we open that, we can right-click and open, and it'll bring up your Server Explorer over here with an empty database that it created for your project. For the tables, I'm just going to add a single table here, create table, and I'm just going to call this food. You can call yours whatever you like. And for the first column, I'm just going to create an ID column, and I'm going to make that an integer. And allow nulls, no, it's going to be a primary key, and it must be unique because I'm going to set this field to auto-increment. So if you select identity down here, it will make it an auto-incrementing field, and every time you add a record to your database, it will increase that value. So if you want to do that and you forget to do it at this step, you're in trouble, because once you create your table, it won't allow you to come back here and change this identity increment. So you have to drop the table and recreate it from scratch, which is kind of a real pain. I don't know why they did that, but anyway, make sure, if you're going to do that, make sure you set it now. Next column, I'm just going to call food name, and leave the invar_char value and make it 30 characters long. Allow nulls. No, I don't want nulls in my main field here. It doesn't. Well, this one can be unique. I only want one food type, or one food name in this table. And next up, I'll have food type. Okay, and I'm going to make that one also just a 30-character invar_char. And I will just allow nulls. It doesn't need to be unique, because you could have multiple types of a single food, or multiple types for foods. So we'll click OK, and our database is created. Pretty simple stuff. That's why I love it so much. Next up, we will create our SQL control class. I like to create this class. You don't have to. You can put all of your SQL code in your main form if you want, but I think it keeps it cleaner and gives you sort of a central place to manage your SQL connections and whatnot. I really like doing it this way, so I'm going to go again to my Solution Explorer and add a class, and I'm going to name this class SQL Control. And again, if you followed my other videos, you may already have a copy of my SQL Control code that I commonly use. I think, in some of the older ones there has been some variations. I've done it a little differently. In my recent ones, I pretty much keep it standard, so you can either copy that over or follow along or skip ahead. And I'm going to go ahead and click Add. And because we added a reference to the Sql CE library, I can now import that library into my class here. So I can say system.data, and then I can say imports system.data.SQL CE, SQL Server CE. And now we have access to all of this library's functions and methods. So first and most important is our SQL connection. So I'm going to create a private variable called SQL Con as a new, and it's important to specify that it's new if you want it to automatically generate this, SQL CE connection. And I'm going to add one very important parameter, and that's our connection string. To connect to any database through Visual Basic, you need to know the connection string, and each type of database has its own connection string, and you want to look that up if you're using something other than SQL CE. You may already have one in your project, and you can use that. So for SQL CE, we have to specify a data source. So we say data source equals, and we are just going to point to mydb.sdf. So mydb.sdf. And we will close that with semicolon and close our string. And now we should have the ability to establish a connection to our database. Very simple. Next up, also very important, is our SQL command. This is how we will fire commands at our database. So I'm going to say private SQL CMD as new SQL command. SQL CE command for me, sorry. Actually, I do not want to create a new one. Every time I run a query, I'm going to create a new command. So let's leave it like that. We can make a little note for ourselves. Connection. And now we need ways to manage the SQL data once we connect. So I have a little area for that. I'll make these public because I want to be able to access them from my main form or any other class that I desire. So first one I'm going to create is the data adapter. All right, and this is, it manages the data and commands as they are pushed from our application. So I'm going to say as a SQL, keep forgetting the C. I'm used to working with SQL Server, so SQL data adapter. And I need a SQL, a data set now to actually store the data that we pull from the database in memory. So, whoops, I call that one SQL DS as a data set. All right. Now, something I usually like to add in is query parameters. It makes it more professional. We won't actually be using them in this tutorial, but if you want to just go ahead and do this, so you have a copy of the ability to add parameters to your queries and updates. It's much more professional and allows you to, it helps you prevent SQL injection attacks and things like that. I'm going to go ahead and add it in, just so you guys will have a copy of this for future use. Query parameters. I just make a list of parameters and add them into my SQL command as desired. So I'll say public and params as a new list. So we create a list connection of SQL CE parameters. And another thing I like to use is some query statistics. I like to capture the number of records affected if I'm running a query. Again, probably not applicable to this tutorial because when you update through a data grid, it doesn't actually return the record count or exceptions. So this is just if you want it, again, for future use. Query statistics. And the first one will be public record count as integer and public exception as a string. Just things I like to have in here. I'll try to, I think that should be good. Okay, so now for another very important part, we need a method or a sub to execute our queries against the database, and this we will definitely be using. So I'll say a public sub exec query, execute query, and here we'll pass the query string in as a parameter. So I'll say query as string, and now that we have this, we can do a try catch. So if there are any errors in our queries, we can capture those errors, and instead of crashing our application, it will return them gracefully. So sorry about all the noises, getting a lot of messages here. So first thing we do is open a connection to the database. So we say SQL con.open. And I like to follow that directly with an SQL con.close, just so we don't accidentally forget to do that, because it's important to close our connections when we're done with them. Otherwise, it may cause problems when we try to run a second query against the database. So first up here, we need to create our SQL command. And to do this, all we have to do is say SQL CMD equals a new SQL CE command. And we push the query through that command from our parameter, and we open the SQL connection, or we use the open SQL connection. That's all there is to it. Now, if you want to use the params, your command parameters, you say load parameters into SQL command. And here I'll just call upon my list of params, and I'm going to condense this down into a Lambda statement. Takes a few different, I can condense several lines of code into a single line. So just say params, and I use the for each method to loop through the list. Then I create a nameless sub inside of here, sub x. And what it does is for each item that it finds, or each parameter that it finds in this list, that is x. And so it executes a desired code or statement for each one that it finds. So what I'd like to execute is SQL command dot parameters dot add, and I just want to dump those into my SQL command. It has its own list that it can use for that, so it just kind of keeps it clean and simple. You could add those individually if you wanted, but let's see. And once we're done dumping the list of parameters into our SQL command, I like to purge that list so it's ready to go for future queries, anything else that comes after the fact. So, oops, sorry, my timer cut off there. Clear the parameter list. To do this, it's very simple. I just say params dot clear. All right. Now I want to execute our query or command. So I execute command and fill my data set. All right. So what we're going to do is first create a new data set. So I say SQL ds equals new data set. Nice and easy. Next up, I want to create a new SQL data adapter and execute the command with that adapter. So I'm going to say SQL DA equals new SQL CE command, SQL CA data adapter. And for the parameter, I'm just going to dump in my SQL command. So here we create our command, add our parameters, clear the parameters list, and create a data set, and then a data adapter, and execute the command. And if you want to keep track of how many records are found or affected, we just say record count equals SQL data adapter, SQL DA, sorry about that, SQL DA, and we call the fill method, and we dump the data that it finds into our data set, SQL DS, using that parameter. Now, when we call this fill method, it's kind of weird how we're setting this to equal a method, but this actually is a function that returns an integer value based upon how many records it finds or updates. So I just like having that. So we've already closed the database here. Now to catch any exceptions that we have, if we have any errors in one of our SQL queries, we can say exception equals EX, being the exception, dot message. Now, in the event that there is an error, an exception, what will happen is this, as it's running through our execution here, it may make it through the connection open and get down here and fail on our query. And what will happen is it will automatically jump down to the exceptions, record the exception, and then exit the sub. So if that happens, it skips over this close command. We need to make sure that the database is closed in the event that that happens. So we'll just say if SQLCon.state is still open, then close it. Just just a little fail-safe there. Okay, and that concludes our SQL control class. Now we should be able to fire various commands and queries at our database. So I'm going to go ahead and save my work here. And now we can jump back to our form. So let's go ahead and begin coding on our form here. I'm just going to double-click my form header and go in here. And the first thing I want to do is establish a new instance of my SQL control class. An easy way to reference that. So we're going to create a private variable called SQL as a new. Remember new, it's very important, otherwise you'll get those null pointer exceptions. Say SQL control. And that generates a new class, new copy of this class for us in memory and that we can work from. So from there, we are ready to begin our query execution, and we are also going to want to be able to load our data grid with the results from our query. So I'll say execute query and populate grid. So here we'll say SQL dot execute query, and again, we're going to keep this very simple for this tutorial. We'll say select star from food. This is not case sensitive, by the way. It's just my programming habits. So that fires the execute query. It runs through here. If you have parameters, it adds them. Otherwise, it just skips over. And should return a record count. And if it was successful, we could just try this message box, SQL dot record count. And if I have any records in my database, then it should find them. Now, we haven't added any, so we're going to want to try that. Let's see. Let's go back to our database real quickly. I'm just going to jump in there into my table, right-click on my food table, and show data. And it's all empty. So let's just add some goodies in here. I'm just going to say banana is a fruit. Roast beef is a meat. Chicken, meat, apple, fruit, pie, dessert. Okay, so that should be good. Now let's go ahead and run our project again and see if that's working properly. As you notice, we should have 5 records found when our query executes, so we know that our query is executing successfully. What if I said select star from foods? I don't have a foods table, so it's not going to be happy. It found 0 records, and something it didn't show was the exception. So what if we did this? Message box SQL dot exception. The specified table does not exist, foods, so notice how it crashed out gracefully, but our application still comes up. It's nice not having your application bomb on you. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this little test. And now we are going to need a sub to populate the data grid. So I'm going to do let's see, we're going to set the data source on the data grid, and we're going to set the first row in that data grid if records are found to be the index of the first row, because we want a selected record. I guess you don't have to have that. So let's do this. We'll say private sub load grid. Don't need any parameters on that. And here we'll say if SQL.recordCount is greater than 0, then take our data grid view, dot data source equals SQL dot dataset, SQL dataset dot tables, and we take the first table in that array generally. Not sure of any circumstances where you'd have more than one table in there, but specify your first table, and data grid view dot data dot rows, set it to the first row that it finds and select it. So we have a selected row in our table. I just like doing that. All right. Let's just try executing our load grid and see if that's working properly. Oops, it's not going to because I forgot to fix my statement here. Let's try that. Look at that. So our data grid is now pulling data from our database. Now, what if we want to update these records? Can't really do anything yet. If we close that out, open it back up, you'll notice there are no changes. So what we need to do is create an update command and attach that to our SQL data adapter. Okay? So what we will do is say SQL dot SQLDA, that's our data adapter, dot update command equals a new SQLCE, oops, sorry, new SQL CE, why is that not working? SQL Server, wow. Dot SQL CE command builder is what we want. We'll say SQL dot SQL data adapter. That's specifying the data adapter we want to create a SQL command on. And then we'll tell it to get update command. And what this does is it dynamically generates an update script or update SQL statement for all of the records that you've modified in your table or in your data grid. So that's really handy. I mean, you would not want to have to hand code it for, you know, every updated cell in your data grid. That'd be a pain. So this is a nice thing that allows us to auto-generate that update command based upon whatever records were changed in our data grid and send them back to the database. So let's put a little note up here, say if our data is returned, I think I'm getting tired here, I can't type anymore, and populate grid and build update command. Nice to have little notes for yourself to go back and look at. And let's see. So once we've generated our update command, then we can just call the update method from our data adapter, and it should update the database with that. So what we're going to do is attach that to our save button. Now, when we start it up, we haven't actually changed any data, but our save button is active. I like to just deactivate that to, you know, make it not look like it's ready to save data that hasn't been changed. So what I'm going to do is say disable save button, and I'm just going to say cmd save dot enabled equals false. All right. Piece of cake. All right. So now that we've done that, when do we want to when do we want to actually enable that button? How about whenever a cell is changed, a cell value is changed, or if a row is removed from our data grid, if we delete something. So what we can do, double-click on our data grid view here, and it'll generate a cell content click. That's not really what we want. So let's go up here from there and select a cell value changed event. Let's see, cell value changed. There we go. I can get rid of that. So if a cell value is altered, then go ahead and enable our save button. So let's say cmd save.enabled equals true. And let's do that also for removed rows. So if we say, come back up here, go down to rows removed. Rows removed event right here, and that will generate that event for us. And we'll say cmd save.enabled again. All right. And now that we have that, we should be able to begin actually set our data adapter's update method to that save button. So if we jump back out to our form and double-click on our save button, it will generate a click event for that. And first thing we'll do is save updates to the database. And to do this, let's say SQL and the data adapter, and we will call its update method. And we have to select the data set that we want to update. And the data set that we're updating is what we set as the data source in the data grid view. So we're going to use SQL DS. Oops, we have to call SQL. SQL.SQL dataset. Okay? And at this point, something to keep in mind is that, we don't have any error checking. So if we try updating something or sending data, a data size that's too big for our database. You know how I set the fields in my database to be, like 30 characters. You can kind of see that, if I sent 31 characters or 40 characters, it's going to bomb out on me. It's not going to be happy about that. So you might, throw this in a try catch or something. Something to consider. Some sort of error handling or data validation is always a good thing. All right, I'm not going to cover that in this tutorial, just trying to speed things up here. So after we've updated our database, we want to refresh the data grid, make sure that our changes are visible. So we'll say refresh grid data. And this is very simple. We'll just recall our load grid sub. So it's just going to re-execute this. And repopulate our grid. And finally, after we save, well, we enabled our save button. So since we've already made changes, let's go ahead and disable that. cmd save dot enabled equals false. So let's go ahead and see what happens here. Hopefully I didn't make any mistakes. Notice how when I clicked out of that, it noted that I had changed the data here and enabled our save button as desired. It's nasty. All right, so let's hit save, disable the button for us, and hopefully if this worked, then it will have returned, that data should still be there. So let's close the program and relaunch it, and sure enough, our database value has been modified. What if we wanted to add a new value? Add a pair, and let's see, how about, well, that's a fruit, so we just added a brand new record to our table. Close out to make sure it's stuck. There it is. So it is working properly. This ID column is auto-incrementing, auto-generated, so it's not going to accept a value here. I could say 71, and I could put steak here, and call it meat, and save it. And when we reopen this, you'll notice that it is just record 7. It automatically incremented, overwrote my value with its own value. So that's one thing to keep in mind. Generally, you just drop these off. You know, just query the fields. Don't use a wildcard here. So I could just, you know, build a query for food name and food type. So, can we delete a record? Select the record header here and hit your delete key and see what happens. Save out, close it, open the application, and the record is gone still. So that's working properly. Seems to be working beautifully. Record number 4 is gone. So that pretty much concludes this tutorial. There are a couple of gotchas here, things you have to keep in mind when trying to update your database from a form. I believe that you can't use a joined database query here. So if I had 2 tables and I had them, you know, an inner join on here, like this, I don't think that you can use the update command for a join query. I think it has to be a single table query to be able to use this. So that's one thing to keep in mind. Another, excuse me, another thing to keep in mind is that because we're using a central SQL class here to manage our SQL connections and whatnot, if you have a larger application where you know, you're running numerous queries, what may happen is that when you try running another query, it's going to overwrite your data set with the new data. And because of that, if we attempt to update the data set that's existing in our table, you know, it might be a query for a completely different screen, that, you know, it's not going to update properly because that will not... that data set will be tied to your data grid. So what you'll probably want to do is just create a copy of that, you know, of these, the data set and maybe the data adapter, and just store those, you know, in your main form. So you could, you know, come up here, create a new private variable, foods data set, you know, as a data set, and then set that to be equal to the other one or a copy of it. You just copy that into this one. So if the central data set gets changed, you'll still have this one to work from. Hope that made sense. Anyway, that is how you upgrade or update a database from a data grid. I hope this has been helpful to you. I wish you all well on your projects. If you like it, you know, share it with anybody you think that it would benefit, and give me the old thumbs up. I appreciate that. Leave comments and suggestions. Those are always welcome. I try to help out as much as I can. You know, I'm pretty busy, so can't always help, but I like to when I can. So take care, everybody. Welcome to the VB Toolbox. This tutorial is a short version of my previous tutorial on inserting and reading images from a Microsoft SQL Server database. In this tutorial, I'll just be zipping through in the interest of time. The other tutorial will be linked below. If you want a more in-depth tutorial that shows you actually how to create your database and you know, prepare it first off to receive images, as well as developing an application around that. So in this one, we're going to end up with a very simple bare bones insert and read sort of application. All I'm going to be doing is taking this image from the disk, it's in my debug folder, and inserting it into my SQL database and reading it back to the form. So the important thing here, this assumes that you already have a database prepared. If not, you want to make a database and a table to store your images in. And what I have here, as you can see, is an avatars table. And the important key in here specifically is the avatar column that will hold image data. So the data type in SQL Server is actually image, and that will store the binary data for your image. Additionally, I have a username column for indexing and quickly referencing that image in my SQL query. So again, I'm going to be kind of blazing through this one to keep it nice and short for those of you that didn't want to see all the details in creating the application. So let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to go ahead and minimize my Management Studio here. And you can just create a new project and call it DB Images or whatever you want. I am creating a Windows Forms application here. So we're going to start off by just adding a picture box to our form to actually display the image when we're ready. You can call that whatever you want. I'm just going to call mine, I'm going to name it PB Display. And I will be adding a class for managing my SQL connection and my query execution. So I'm going to right-click in my Solution Explorer on my project header and add a class. I'm going to call it SQL Control. And I'm going to provide a link at the bottom. Again, this is just a super quick tutorial, I hope. So I'm just going to copy and paste from that class text into my new class, and that will have all of my query execution and parameter management for connecting and utilizing SQL Server in my application. The important thing for you to keep in mind is that if you use this, make sure that you set your connection string values so that you can actually connect to your own server. Again, I'm assuming that you already have a connection available and you just want a quick fix here. So this is my connector. I'm going to go ahead and jump back to my main form and go ahead and open the code interface here. So let's see, I want to import the system.io namespace because we're going to be working with some streams, data streams. So I'm going to say imports system.io. And once we have that, we're ready to roll. Now we need to provide an instance of our SQL control class. So I'm going to say private SQL as a new SQL control. And there's going to be two primary methods in this application, and that's one to upload the image to the database and another one to actually read it and draw it to our form. So first one is going to be the upload image sub. So I'm going to say private sub upload image, And I need to provide some sort of method to or parameters for adding, adding the username and the path to our image. So I'm going to say user as a string, path as a string. All right, so now we have a nice empty sub here ready to go. So first thing I'm going to do is say exit the sub if no image was provided. So I'm going to say if string, whoops, actually I'll make a note here, exit if image not selected. I probably shouldn't even comment in this one since I'm trying to go fast. If string dot is null or empty, and we're referring to the path, meaning that the user did not provide an image path, then exit the sub. Okay. Now we want to get our image data through a memory stream. So what we're going to do, get image via memory stream, and we want to get the byte data from our image that's on disk. So I'm going to say dim image as image equals image dot from file, and provide a path to the image, which is going to come through our subparameter. And next we're going to create an instance of the memory stream. So we're going to say dim ms as a new memory stream. And now we are going to save the image bytes, the information in the image, to that memory stream, so in its raw format. So I'm going to do img.save, and I'm going to provide the name of my memory stream, that's ms, and I want the image raw format to harvest the bytes from that. And then I'm going to create a buffer to store those bytes in, which is essentially just an array of bytes. And I'm going to fill that buffer with memory stream data by using ms.getBuffer. Okay. And next up, we want to add our username and image as SQL parameters for our insert command. So I'll say add SQL parameters. And here I'm going to say SQL, add param, and for the user name, I'm just going to use @user. And the data that we want to provide to this variable is user. Next up, we're going to do SQL.addParam, and this is going to be a SQL parameter, variable for our image data from our memory stream. So I'm going to just call it image, and I want to provide the buffer. Now we're going to create our SQL insert command. So run the insert command. Here we're going to say SQL.execute query, and I'm going to create my insert statement. So I'm going to say insert into my avatars table in my database, and the columns that I want to insert are the username and the avatar byte data. Those are the columns, I'm sorry. The byte data will be in the values. So I'm going to go ahead and break this into 2 lines. And here I will specify the values. And I will use my parameters that I created. The user parameter is going to go into the username column. And the image data will go into the avatar column. I'll close that off. And one thing to make sure of is that you have a space here at the end of this string if you are doing a multi-line like I am. Otherwise, your values may show up right on the end here and your SQL query or command will not run. So now I'm going to report any errors that occurred if that does happen. I'm going to say if not string dot is null or empty SQL exception, and that's pulling from my SQL control class right here. If an exception is caught, it'll report it from there. So then I want to report that error, so I'm going to say message box SQL dot exception. Whoops, I don't want my execute query there. Sorry about that. All right, and that's all there is for the upload sub. Now we need a way to read or draw the avatar from that database field. So this is actually going to be the query. On the other end, we're going to say private sub, and I'm going to call this one draw avatar. And for our parameters, I'm going to use the username again. So I'm going to say user as a string. And then the display surface will be whatever picture box or the target that you want to draw to is. So I'm going to say display as, in this case, I'm going to use a picture box. That's just where you're outputting the image to. Okay, so first up, we're going to add the parameter for the username to create a query. So here we're just going to query database for image bytes by the username. First parameter, I'm just going to say add param at user, and we're going to provide the user from our subparameter, and that's what we'll use for our query filter. Next step, we want to execute our query, so we're going to say execute query, and this is very simple. I'm just going to say select avatar from the avatars table where the username is equal to, and we will provide our SQL parameter at user. Now, if any errors are returned from our query, we're just going to abort our mission. So we'll say abort on errors. And I will say if not string is null or empty, SQL.exception, oops, or else no images were returned. I'm going to use the record count for that. If the record count is less than 1, then exit the sub. Just allows us to crash gracefully. And now we're ready to retrieve our byte information from whatever avatar was queried. So what we'll do is we'll say fill and return the image data buffer. So we'll say dim buffer as an array of bytes. And we're going to make that equal to the SQL data set. First table returned, and the first row returned. Whoops. And the column name that we want to return from our query is the avatar column. So, open up another set of parentheses here and call that column by name. All right. So if we were successful, this buffer should be filled with the image data. And then what we need to do is use the memory stream once again to essentially write that to our form, to our picture box. So say stream image data to picture box. Okay. And so what we'll do is we'll say if buffer is not nothing, if a null value is not returned, then using ms as a new memory stream, using buffer, and for the want to start at the beginning, and we want to go to the end of the buffer. So we'll say buffer dot length. Okay. So streaming from our buffer, starting at the very beginning, we want to stream to the end of the buffer. Then we use memory stream dot write buffer. Again, the offset is going to be the beginning, and the buffer, we want to go all the way to the end of the buffer. So we'll use buffer.length again. And once we've done that, we should be ready to display the image from that stream. So we'll say display image, display being our picture box that we're referencing from our subparameter. And the image, we want to set that picture box, set the image property on that picture box to be equal to the image stream. So we're going to say image.fromStream. The stream that we're using is ms. And use embedded color management, just set that to true. And that should be it. All right, so now we need to call upon these subs. And first we're going to upload the image, and then we're going to attempt to display it. In the full video, we use a open file dialog to actually, select an image that we want to upload from our machine, but we're just going to go ahead and run this directly from the image in the bin folder. So I'm actually going to have to make sure that that image exists in there first off. So I'm going to right click and open the solution here. Go into the bin and debug location. That image doesn't exist yet, so I'm going to copy that over. Just got to find it. There we go. I'm going to copy and paste that in there. I'm just using relative pathing, so it's automatically going to use my application directory here. And I will provide a link to these images, or you can just use your own image as desired. Or again, watch the full tutorial and show you how to actually browse your hard drive for an image of your choice. So first thing we need to do is provide a username. I'm just going to use Roger. And then we provide a path to our image. This can be any path on your hard drive, as long as you know where your image file is at. And because I'm using a relative path here, it's already in the directory, I'm just going to use guy2.png, and it should be happy with that. And then finally, after that's uploaded, I want to display it I want to query the database and draw it back from the database. And if we did this right, it should show up in our form. So I'll say draw avatar, and the username that we added has to match the one that was uploaded. That's going to be in the username column of our database, so it needs to be Roger. And then we have to provide a display. So I want to use my picture box. PB display is what I added to the form. So we should be able to run this now, and if we have a successful connection to our database, it should upload the image into the database and display it back. And there you have it. You can set the properties on your picture box to stretch that image if you want. You can use this, change the size mode from normal to stretch image. Now, because we're doing this kind of quick and dirty here, we don't want to run this upload again, otherwise we're going to end up with 2 Rogers in the database. So he should already be in there because we just uploaded him. I'm going to disable that particular command, and it's reading successfully from the database. So all is well. Now, just want to show you one more thing here. If I go to my avatars table where we just uploaded this image to and select the top rows, we should be able to see that we added username Roger, and here's the image data that is stored. As I mentioned in the full tutorial, you know, it's generally not preferable to store a lot of images to your database, specifically large images. They will grow your database size immensely and very quickly if you have a lot of large images. Generally, it's best to just store an image path in here and then reference it from disk. But there are occasions where you actually want to store your image data directly into your database, and this is essentially how you do it. So all of our byte data is in there and ready to use. And that is essentially it. So I will provide a link to the full tutorial project in case you want to actually see how we created that nice application there, and you haven't seen that already. It is a long tutorial because I kind of explain everything in depth, and we make a little more robust application. So anyway, I hope that's been helpful, and hope this was a short enough tutorial for those of you that did not want to see all the long drawn-out explanations. I hope that was helpful. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye. Welcome to the VB Toolbox. In this tutorial, I will be showing you how to create a database search engine, I guess. This will include wildcard searches for your SQL database, as well as a dynamic search as well. And I'll kind of give you an idea of what we will be doing here. This is a request that I've had a lot lately, and I figured it'd be a fun one to share. So here's an example of what we will be building. We'll be using based upon a request that I recently had, we'll be using a small music database. It's very simple, just essentially musical artists and album titles and the year that they were released. And what we want to be able to do is, you know, search for a specific artist without having to type in the entire name as it's seen. And to do this, we have a wildcard search running in the background against our database. So in SQL, it would look something like this. So, you know, we can run as many of these as we want. So anything that contains an A, it is found. Notice it left out Willie Nelson there. I just wanted to find Willie Nelson. So we have a nice, nice clean search functionality here. Additionally, what I want to show you is how to create a dynamic query as well using a combo box that we have populated with values from the database. Now you'll notice that we have 4 instances of Willie Nelson found in here, but we only populate this with 1 instance. So these are actually this combo box is being filled from the database, and when we select one of these, it will actually query on it. So it's pretty cool stuff. Anyway, let's go ahead and get started. To keep it light and simple, I'm just going to be using a SQL Compact Edition or CE database. Everything that we learn in this tutorial should translate over to SQL Server just fine. The only difference will be in when we're creating our SQL control class that I like to build in each of my tutorials. If you've already got one of those set up for your database project, you can just use that one, and down in the description box I'll put some shortcuts to kind of skip ahead in the video for anybody that's followed my previous tutorials. Otherwise, we will go ahead and get started creating that SQL control class. So I'm going to go ahead and close out of this, and let's get started by creating a new project. And as usual, we are going to create a Windows Forms application. You can call it whatever you want. I'm just going to call this album search. Okay, and then I will hit OK to generate my application project. All right, now we are ready to go. We can start adding things to our form and also begin creating our database control class. So again, if you already have created a SQL control class from a previous tutorial, you can just use that. But if you have that, you can click the link down in the description to shortcut to the part where we actually begin building the album search functionalities and whatnot. So let's go ahead and right-click in our Solution Explorer on our project title here, and then we can add a new item. And what I want to add is a data item, and you should be able to find a local database. This is going to be a SQL Compact 3.5 database, and I'm just going to leave my default database name. You can change that if you want, but we will have to remember the name when we call it in our connection string. So go ahead and add that database to your project, and we'll put it into your Solution Explorer here. A lot of people opt to use sort of the wizards and whatnot to build their database. That's completely up to you. I like to not use them just because I like to know everything that's going on in the background of my application on the data end. So if you prefer to use those wizards, you can, but in this tutorial we're going to be hand coding. So I'm going to cancel out of this wizard. And once again, I'm going to right-click in my Solution Explorer, and I'm going to add another item. This time I'm going to add a class template. And for that class, I'm going to name it SQL Control. And this is where the brains of our database and the database of our application will be managed. So I'm just going to add that. And now we have a nice, clean class to manage our, our data connections. So up in the top, first thing we want to do is import our namespace for SQL Server CE, or if you're using, SQL Server, then you want to use the SQL client. So say imports system.data dot. Oh, okay. I may have to add a reference here. I didn't add a reference to my database. If you don't see SQL Server CE listed here, then you will have to add a reference to that. It's not a big deal. I don't want to keep that because I'm not connecting to a SQL server in this case. But to do this, all we have to do is right-click on our Solution in the Solution Explorer, say add reference. I guess this is a good thing to learn as well. And let's see, where's my .NET? Recent MySQL data. Sorry about this. I think that Microsoft went and updated my reference library here because it looks different than last time I was in here. I love you Windows updates. Thanks a lot. Okay, so I think you go to Assemblies and Extensions, and what we want to look for is system.data.SQL Server CE. Okay, here it is. So if Microsoft went and updated your reference library here as well, then it looks like this is where we find it, Assemblies, Extensions, and we want the 3.5 edition, unless you've specifically installed the 4.0 and are using that. Let's see, cannot load file or assembly system. Oh, great. Why are you doing this to me? Okay, I'm just going to let me right-click, add reference. Looks like we all got to learn something here. Wow. It's funny how everything can change from one day to the next. So close that out, and we should have that reference in here now. I apologize for that, even though it's not my fault. All right. Well, at least it took it. So let's get going here. Apologize for that delay. First thing we need to do is add a Sql connection. You can make this private or public. If you ever want to change your connection string after you've created it, you'll want to make it public so you can change your connection string. Just a little something. In my case, I'm just going to make a private SQL con as new Sql CE connection. And then here we will specify our connection string. And Sql CE really has pretty much the most simple connection string there is. All you have to do is say data source equals and the name of your database that you have in your Solution Explorer here. So in our case, it's database1.sdf. Okay. Gotta love simple. All right, next thing that we need is a Sql command, and this is how we will pass queries and whatnot into our Sql connection to query our database. So I'm going to create a private SQL CMD as a Sql command. And this time we won't use we won't create a new instance of this, as this will be regenerated each time we build a query. So Sql CE command. If you are using SQL Server, all you have to do differently here is not put in the Sql CE, just put in SQL command. So just a little thing to consider. And if anybody has questions with this, run into some problems or anything, feel free to just comment, and we'll try to walk you through those. All right, so here is where we will be working with our SQL data. And I'm going to make our data adapter and our data set public because we want to be able to access these from any of the forms that we create this class in. This is where our data will be stored and handled. So we are going to make these variables public. First off, we will create our data adapter. And this will be a Sql CE data adapter. And then we will create a public Sql DS, and this will be our data set. And we don't have to specify SQL on this. It's just a data set. Okay? And now we need a way to manage our query parameters. These are very nice, help prevent SQL injection attacks against your database, so I highly recommend using them. This is just what we're going to do is create a list to manage these. And this list, each time we run a query with parameters, this list will be generated and purged on the fly. So I'm just going to call this public params as a new list. And this list collection will be of SQL. Oops, I got two of those there. SQL CE parameter. So that'll give us a way to manage those. And next, our query statistics. All right, and I use these, mostly I use the exception variable to store any errors in our SQL query syntax that might cause our queries to fail. And so I'm going to do public record count is one that I often use. And public exception as a string. That way I can capture those without having to report back with a message box if I don't actually want to use a message box, or I don't want it to stall my application in the event that an error has been has occurred. So alrighty, so now we can begin creating our parameter, our way to add parameters to our list and our query execution sub. So let's go ahead and start with our query parameters. This is a simple sub to just allow the outside application, our form, to add parameters to this list. So I'm going to say public sub add param, and we want to add a name, a parameter name, as a string, and a value as an object. Okay, and that's the object is just allows you to pass pretty much any data type through that you need to. It sort of makes it agnostic. It doesn't care what kind of data that you pass through. The only thing that matters is the name has to be a string. So we want a dim new param as a new SQL CE parameter, okay? And for that parameter, we just want to use the name and the value that we passed from our parameters up here. And once we've created our brand new parameter for our query, go ahead and add it to our params list. So we'll say params.add our new param. All right. So this just makes a nice convenient way to add new query parameters to our parameter list, and those will be passed directly into our query while it's running. So very nice stuff and fairly simple to create. So all right, next up, let us begin our query execution sub. Here I will do a public sub because it needs to be accessible from the outside. And I'm just going to call this execute or exec query, okay? And the way that I do these, there's actually, with .NET, there's several ways to execute a query and non-queries. One of them is just literally execute query, and the other one is execute non-query. And those is essentially execute query just runs select statements against your database, whereas execute non-query can run update, insert, delete, and things like that. So the way that we're going to be doing this, we're not actually going to be using either of those methods. We are going to create, we're actually going to allow the data adapter to manage this on its own. So it will be able to handle all sorts of statements without having to call them individually like that, to execute query or non-query. So when we execute our query, the only thing we need is a query string. So that's the only parameter we need to run this. And the first thing I want to do when I begin this is to reset my query statistics. All right. If you've already generated a query on another form, or say you wanted to update a data grid view, the last query that you ran is going to be the data that's stored in your data set, and any exceptions or record count that resulted from that will be stored as well. So we just want to purge those, basically start afresh each time we run a new query. So we just say record count equals 0, refresh that, and exception, we just blank that out. And that way, if there was an exception on one query that we ran, we can continue to run another one, because we'll be checking against that on the form side to make sure there were no exceptions, so we don't generate further errors there. So you'll kind of understand as we go along here. What we want to do here is add a try-catch statement to catch any errors that occur during our connection or the execution of our query. So the first thing we do in our try statement is try to open a connection to our database. So we'll say SQL Con, that's our connection above, and we'll call the open method on that. And make sure that you close that when you're done. Again, this is one of those things. You could do a try-catch finally and close it then in the finally, or you can check the state on the outside. So this may actually be a little bit redundant, but it's not going to hurt anything. Let's just go ahead and create our query command, and then we'll handle that afterwards. So we'll say create SQL command. Here, say SQL CMD equals a new SQL CE command, and the command will run our query string against our SQL connection, SQL Con, okay? Pretty simple. And once we've generated this SQL command, we want to load any parameters that we've saved. It doesn't require parameters, but any that we've added to it from the outside, we want it to add those into the command before we actually execute it. So we'll say load parameters into SQL command. All right. It's nice to add some notes for yourself. So here we'll say we're going to use a nice little lambda statement to quickly cycle through this list. We'll say for each, and here's where we will, this is the same as saying for each item in this collection, do this or that. It's just a loop. But we're going to create an anonymous method inside of this. It's it's an awesome feature, something I want to do in a future tutorial. Anyway, for each item, and this is going to be sub, we could say sub p, p being the parameter. So for each parameter that it finds in this list, we want to execute the following command. We'll say SQL CMD dot parameters dot add p, okay? So if you look at this logically, just kind of step through it here, our parameters list, we use the for each method to loop through every item in that list, and this sub says every item that's found, that's the P, say Sql Command dot parameters dot add. So we're taking everything out of this collection and adding it to this collection, okay? And once that's been done, we can go ahead and purge that list. So now we can say params dot clear, okay? So we've taken all of our parameters, piped them into this. You could certainly do that directly without this add param, but I like this. It just kind of keeps it clean and simple. And lists are so much easier. The list collections are nice because they have this for each loop method. All right, sorry, kind of getting off on tangents here. Execute command and fill data set. All right, this is where the action happens. Our parameters are ready to rock and roll. Our command is ready to be kicked off here. So what we'll do is, first thing we want to do is generate a new data set, okay? Just a blank data set. We'll say SQLDS equals a new data set, all right? So this essentially, a data set is really, it's like a little database in memory. And it can store multiple tables all at once, you know, in this one little data set. Now that can get pretty large and unwieldy. If you run a huge query against your database and return 100,000 records, those 100,000 records are going to be stored in memory against this data set. So thinking about future ways to manage your data size, you know, try to keep your queries small. I don't recommend using, you know, a wild card queries where you select every single record in your table if you have really large data tables. Just things to keep in mind. Clean queries really do make a big difference, especially in professional database applications. So next up, we want to define our data adapter, okay? And our data adapter is going to equal a new SQL CE data adapter. All right, and the action, the command that we want to put into this data adapter is going to be our SQL command, all right? And so now we can say record count equals SQL DA dot fill. All right, so we use the fill method from our data adapter to execute our command. And then the object that we fill is our SQL data set, okay? And that's it. This is where all the action is. We create our data set, a temporary storage container, and then we create our data adapter, pipe our command through that, and then execute it with this fill method, okay? This fill method returns an integer that generally will be the number of records that were queried if it was a query execution. Now, if there was no query, say it was a command like insert or update, it will not return a value. That's one negative about using this particular method instead of the execute non-query. So that's something to keep in mind. Of course, you can always capture those in different ways, or you can just create a non-query command instead of using this execute query statement. That's up to you. If you're sort of, becoming familiar with this, you can probably do that on your own, or you can always ask about it. So with that said, our control class is ready to go. And now we can kind of begin creating our search form. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure I save my work. Always a good idea. Last time I made a tutorial, it actually crashed in the middle. That was kind of bad. So. Well, that isn't it. Oops, I made a mistake here. Well, almost forgot something anyway. We want to make sure that we update our exception message. Set exception equals ex.message. And we can set this from exception to SQL CE exception. So it will specifically return exceptions for your SQL server or SQL Compact server. So if it's a query problem more than a program problem, it would be piped through here. Anyway, we need to set this because we're checking against it outside in our main form. So once we have done this, like I said earlier, it's a little redundant, but it's always best to double check and make sure that your database is closed in the event that, say this is running through your try-catch and it hits here and it crashes, it's automatically going to jump to the catch, and then once it's done here, it's going to proceed out of the sub. But if it does that, then it hasn't closed your database connection, so that connection gets left open. We want to make sure that that's closed before we quit, so what we'll say is if SQL connection state, or actually just state, equals connection open, then SQLCon.close. Okay, so if it already made it to the close, then it's just gonna, skip over this. Otherwise, if it sees that it's still open, it's gonna close it. It's just a little cleanup process just to make certain that that connection's closed. All right. So begin creating our form. We can go out to our form designer. If that is not open, you can go to your Solution Explorer and double-click on your form, and it will bring it up for you. I want to go to my common controls in my toolbox, and I'm just going to add a few controls here. First one I want to add is just going to be a label. And for this label, I'm not going to be changing anything in the future, so I'm just going to leave it with its default name of label 1. But I will change the text. I'm going to say search artists, and like I did before, you can make an example for your user to see, what kind of search patterns you can use. Something like that. That's really up to you. It's sort of cosmetic, so it doesn't really matter. Let's see. Next up, I want a text box. So I'm going to drop that in right there. You select the text box and plop the control down. You can make that as wide as you want. It's completely up to you. I'm going to go ahead and change the border style on my text box from a fixed 3D to a fixed single. It's just a little cleaner for typing. And I want a find button here. And I'm going to change the text on that, to find. And for the name, I will just use CMD, command button, find. Okay. Again, those names and whatnot are completely up to you. Just make sure it's something you'll remember. I'll line those up nice. Okay. And for my text box, I think what I will name that is just TXT artist. So select your text box if you want. So TXT artist makes it easy to find in the future. And a couple more controls here. Actually, we'll just start with the data grid view for now. Yeah, let's see, where did they stick that on me? Boy, this last update to Visual Studio really changed things around on me. Data grid view is in data, makes sense. So I'll go ahead and bring that down there. Actually, I'll kind of move it up there. Oh, that looks real nice. All right. Yeah, I can really get trapped in the formatting and waste a lot of time. Okay, so here I'm going to name, select my data grid view, and I'm going to shorten the name of this to DGV, DGV albums, okay, because that's where we're going to show our album data. And, you know, sometimes it'll pop up and ask you, you know, if you want to link a data source to it or something. Again, I don't work with the wizards. I like to know exactly what's going on, and wizards sort of make that invisible. I don't like it. So, again, totally up to you. A couple of things I'd like to do here, because this isn't really going to be used to add records to the database, while I could, I just want to take away that functionality. So I don't want users to add rows. I don't want them to delete rows. It's a read-only display, pretty much. I'll let the user order columns. So, yeah, just change those two deals. All right. So our form is ready to go. Now, if we press F7 or double-click on your form, it'll take you into your form class code. I'm going to go ahead and save again. And this is where the magic happens. Okay, first thing we want to do inside of here is actually bring our SQL control to life. So we're going to create a new instance of that by declaring a variable. We're going to say private SQL as a new SQL control. So we've given it the name SQL, so we'll have to refer to that whenever we want access to its components. Alrighty. So let's see. I kind of want to start off with, it would be nice to load that grid kind of like I was before, where I loaded the entire grid with basically the entire data set from the entire database. Right now, we haven't even done any work on our database, so I think we're kind of, before we can actually start querying it, we're going to need some data in there, and this could be a little time consuming. I'm going to try to zip through it here. Well, I'll get you started here. We'll double click on the database, and that should bring up your data connections here with your tables, and there are currently no tables. So what we'll want to do is right-click on tables and say create a table. And I am going to name my table albums. I assume that if you already, if you're working with SQL Server instead of SQL CE, you probably already have a database that you're connecting to, and you can begin searching with your search string as soon as we get up to that point using your own data. This is just kind of to get everybody started here. So first thing I'm just gonna create a little database here. Again, I'll try to create some links in the description field to skip ahead. So let's see. Sorry, my mind went blank here. I like to use a big int for my ID column. Let's allow length, allow nulls, no. Unique, yes, it's going to be a primary key, yes, it's going to be an identity column. That means there can only be one. And so it'll automatically increment that field each time a record's created. We do not have to add a value in there. So, next step, it's always nice to have at least one completely unique field in your table. And the artist will be our next field. Let's see, 100 characters is probably plenty. I don't want to allow nulls on the artist name. It doesn't have to be shouldn't be unique because there could be the same artist multiple times, like Willie Nelson might have several albums. So the album title, again, probably not going to find many albums with more than 100 characters for the name. And the date it was released. I don't think we can use date's a keyword, I think, so just use the year. And I will set this to just basic integer. Allow nulls, yes. It's fine if it's blank. Unique, no. Okay. So we're good. That is a very simple table, simple database. Simple is good for tutorials. All right, now we have a database with no data. So over in your table list here, you can right-click on this guy and show table data, and you should see a pile of nothing. Okay, that made no sense, but it's late, like 10:40 at night, and I'm tired. Okay, so we'll just add a few artists in here. I will allow you to do this on your own time, but I will go ahead and get started by adding a few records just so you kind of get an idea if you're completely brand new to this process. All right, so I'm going to start with Willie Nelson here. Let's see. I need a title, an album title. And then I wrote, I believe that was 1962. All right, and once you complete those, it should be happy. Notice how it automatically added the ID. We didn't have to do that, so you don't want to mess with those. I'm going to copy and paste here. Oops. Next one. Here's Willie Nelson. And the year is 1963. I do not know these from memory. I'm copying from an example that I made earlier. Let's see. So you kind of get the idea. You could add, different stuff. Queen, hot, space, and 1982. So I'm going to go ahead and pause while I add these values in. And then you can add your own values. It could be something completely different. You could have a list of automobiles and their make and model and year, or whatever you want in your database, whatever you want to search for. Doesn't matter because it's going to work the same way. So I'm going to go ahead and pause and get some more data in here to play with. All right, I officially have data in here, as you can see. I didn't put all of them from my other project in here, but got a few keyed in, enough to play around with some searching. So I can go ahead and close out of that. Once you've saved that, you're good to go. I'm going to go ahead and save my project too. Okay, now assuming you have some data in your database file, we can begin creating our search. Actually, we'll create a grid loader first. We're going to just, have a basic startup and load our data grid view with information from our database. So let's just go ahead and create a private sub, and we'll call it load grid. Okay, no parameters necessary. It's just going to show all the records in the data grid view. We'll sort it by artist. Whoops, artist. Artist and album year. Okay. So really, this is a piece of cake. All we have to do is run our exec query from our SQL control class with the query. So we'll say sql.exec query. And here we'll build our query string that we need to pass in. So I'm going to say select, artist. I want my artist name, and I want my title, and I want the year. And go ahead and put a space at the end of that, otherwise you get some run-ons if you do multiple lines. You don't want your query strings to run together. That's a common mistake. If you do an ampersand and sort of an underscore there, it'll drop down. You can drop down to the next line and pick up from there. You can put all this on one line. It's not going to hurt anything. You just want to make sure that, because there's no space right here, if you don't have a space at the end here, year and from are going to be one word, and it's going to crash your query string. So just something to keep in mind. Albums, I want to select from my albums table. Again, put a space. I just like to break these into lines. It's totally up to you. You can put it all together if you want. And then order by artist, and I want to sort ascending, so it's in alphabetical order. And I want to order by year, also ascending. All right, nothing after that, so you can put a space or not. It's up to you. It's not going to hurt anything if you do or don't at the end. All right, so we've executed our query at this point, and what happens is if this query is successful and there are no errors, then you now have a data set full of the information from this query. So first thing we want to do before we try attempting to dump that data set into our data grid view is to make sure that there were no errors in the query execution. Otherwise, if we try dumping our data set into our data grid view, it's going to crash. It's going to error out on us. So, so we'll say if string is null or empty, SQL.exception, checking our exception field that we made. If that's blank, completely empty or null, then we want to say our data grid view albums dot data source equals our SQL data source, and what will happen is that once that query generates successfully, it's going to add a table to this data set. So the first table is what we want. That's going to be index 0. So it's always going to be 0, okay? That's all we should need. So now we want to execute this load grid sub. So to test this, what we want to do is, if you're in your form 1, you should have access to its events. So I want to find, let's see here. Why am I not seeing my form 1 events? There we go. That's better. I want to find the shown event. By default, if you double-click on your form, it'll generate a load event. The only problem with the load event is that it will often suppress errors. So you may have an error that occurs as soon as you load, and it may not tell you about it. Things just might not work properly. So you can use this event to do this, but it may or may not hide errors that occur. So I'd like to use the shown event. That was not the right one. Shown. Okay, that's better. I'm just going to get rid of these other ones. So once the form is visible on your screen, then attempt to load the grid. And if there are errors, we will know about it. I'm just going to go ahead and launch this, and look what pops up, okay? If you got it correct, if your query string is correct and your database is connected properly, you should get the information out of here. So I queried all records, so I'm receiving everything. Of course, you'll notice that I've got like queen, queen, metallica, metallica, queen. But because I sorted it in my query, it should be in alphabetical order because I sorted the artist name ascending, A, B, M, Q, W. Then I sorted by year. So it'll say Aerosmith, 1977, 2004. So it'll sort first by this and then by this. Kind of nice. So now I think we're ready to begin creating some search features here. We need to generate, okay, so, all right, I want to create an album search sub that we can attach to our find button, okay? So when we double click this, our find button, it's going to generate this click event, but we need something to execute here. So it's going to come down here, and I'm going to create a private sub, private sub album search. And I want to pass in a parameter so we can reuse this from various buttons or other future objects on our form. We say I want to pass in the artist name as a string, okay? Next up, I want to add search query parameters. Wildcards are appended to the search string. This is where we want to actually add our wildcard to allow us to search on, with vague expressions. Like I could just put in WI and it will find everything in the artist name field that contains W and I together. Okay, so to do this, SQL uses a %, SQL Server does, as its wildcard in SQL query. So say sql.addParam, we're going to use our addParam sub. And generally, we like to begin a SQL variable or parameter with an @ sign. I don't think that's required, but I just like to stick with the constructs that I'm familiar with. So we do, and I'll do @artist, and that will be the variable that holds the value that we send to it, and that value is going to be a %, and we will concatenate on the artist from the parameter above here that we added right here. So we'll say artist, and we will also end with a %. Okay, so what these two % mean for a wildcard search, that means anything before artist is ignored and anything after artist is ignored. That means anything that contains whatever is in this string is what it will search for, okay? So it's a pretty handy feature. You can put it on one side or the other. If you want anything beginning with what you put in the artist field, you could take this one out, and it will have to be, beginning with that, and then anything else, it doesn't matter. So I hope that made sense. So next up, we want to execute our query. So I'll say run query, search criteria is passed through parameter variable. All right. Just little notes. Say SQL execute query, and here we will build our query string to search. So going to start with that good old select statement, and we'll say select, I want to return the artist and the title and the year. Okay. And I want to get these from the albums table. And I want to get them from the albums table where the artist is like, and this like keyword is important, okay? That allows us to use a vague expression, specifically with wildcards. So where it's like, and we will call our artist variable. I'll put another space here. Once I have received this information, I want to order by artist ascending and year ascending. All right. So select artist, title, and year from albums where the artist is like our wildcard expression. Okay. So it's going to search the database for anything that looks like this. All right. Now, some of you may be wondering, is it possible to use SQL joins for multi-table queries? And the answer is absolutely. You can add those in here. We could do albums, inner join, something on something, or left join or whatever. So if you're familiar with SQL, then you should be able to do that. So once we execute our query, again, like usual, we want to check for errors before we attempt to populate the data grid view. So I want to halt and report on errors. Say if not string dot is null or empty. So this time we're looking for the opposite. Before we were like, if it is null or empty, then go ahead and proceed. This time we're going to say, if it's not null or empty, then stop. So SQL dot exception. If that is not empty, like it should be, then message box and tell us what the problem is. And we can add an additional statement to this one-liner by using a colon separator. So it will execute this and this. If there's a problem, then just stop trying to do things, okay, with the data. Tell us what the problem is and then stop. If there are no problems found, then proceed to fill the data grid view with the query results. Okay. So we'll say data grid view albums dot data source, changing that again, equals SQL dot SQLDS dot tables, and the first table it finds. All right. So now we should be able to attempt this. If we go back to our, if you had clicked that button twice before your find button, then you should have this event generated. If not, just go back out to your form, double click on that guy, and it'll generate that event for you. And from here, we can now call this album search by artist. So what we should be able to do is just run the album search and pass that artist name into this wildcard query. I'm going to go ahead and save my work here. So I will say album search, and the information that I want to search with is whatever I have in my text box here, txt artist. So just say pass in txt artist dot text, and I think that's all we need to do. Whoops, look what I did. Okay, sorry about that. Bring it on over here, and let's give this a shot. QUE. It says if we use QUE, we should be able to find queen. By golly, it sure works. Look at that. Okay. What if we put in an A? What do we find? Aerosmith, Base Nectar, and Metallica. I think my cat's trying to break into my room here. So there you have it. You have search functionality in your application. It's pretty sweet stuff. Oh man, didn't find that. Userferger. Okay. All right. So now, that's essentially it for this tutorial. Now I'm going to go ahead and add a little bonus feature if you want to continue to watch. What we will do is add in a dynamic query with a combo box, pulling information from the database to actually requery the database with. So just like this, all right? That's what I'm going to do next. So if we go out to our main form here, bring up your toolbox, and we want to add a combo box to this guy right here. Okay. And I'm going to make this a read-only combo box so the user can't input data in purely by choice. It's up to you what you want to do. Let's see, what is that? This is a drop-down style property. If you change that to drop-down list, it makes it a read-only box. Okay. So once you have that, I think actually I'm going to name that CBX artist. Okay. So I want to fill this combo box with a list of artists found in the database table. So what I'm going to do is go into my form code. You can press F7 or go back to your tab if you still have that open. And I will come down here, and I want to create another sub to fill this, to populate this with values. So I'm going to say private sub get artists. Okay, and I'm not going to add any parameters. It's going to be a one-trick pony here. And I am going to create a query. I'm going to execute a query. And what I'm going to do is, okay, just to kind of back up here for a moment, you look in here, and I want to grab these artists and populate that combo box, but the problem is, because we have no database normalization here, we're not using multiple tables, we've got all these duplications. We've got, Aerosmith twice, Base Nectar twice, and 3 queens, and that's really going to mess up our combo box. If we do it that way, it's just going to be ugly. So what we want to do is use a SQL keyword, a special command in SQL called select distinct, okay? And that's going to grab one of every instance that it finds. So if it finds the same one more than once, it's going to ignore it. Kind of give you an idea here in a moment. So we'll say select distinct. Okay, whoops. Helps to spell it correctly. Select distinct artist. I only want to return a single record to this combo box. So select the artist from my albums table. Ampersand, drop it down. and I want to order them alphabetically. So I'm going to say order by artist, ascending. Okay, that's simple enough. Now, again, we want to check for errors before we attempt to run any logic on the existing data, because there might not be any. So we'll say if string.isNull or empty, SQL.exception, then for each dr as a data row, we're going to kind of probe the data set tables here. For each dr as data row in our SQL.SQL dataset dot tables, again we want the first table in the collection, and all of the rows. We want to, so for each data row in this collection of rows, we want to return a value to our combo box. So we'll say cbx artist dot items dot add, and then we want to call our data row, and then we'll call the column name from our query. In this case, we only have one column name, and it's artist. So we'll say artist, okay? And I recommend returning a toString in case there, for some reason, there is a null value return. I'm not sure if that would cause it to crash or not, but this will force it to a string even if it's a blank string. I have a little error up here. You guys probably caught that. I wasn't paying attention, but this should not be exec query. It should be exception. We're checking our exception string. So now we can get artists to our combo box if there's no errors, okay? And we're selecting distinct, so it should only return a single instance of any one of these artists that it finds. Whoops, I ran it before I actually called the code. How about we do this? We want to put this in our form shown event or your form load, whichever one you're using. So I'm going to come up here, populate the grid. When the form is loaded, I want to say get artists, okay? You could say load combo box with query, and hopefully that will work. So I come over here, I launch my app, it is running. Oh, look at that. We have all of our artists, and there's only one of each. Now, presently, we have not created our dynamic query yet. We have populated this successfully. Just to kind of show you what's going on here, let's go ahead and remove this distinct from our selection of get artists, and I'll show you what happens. Now we've selected every instance of the artists that it found in the database. Distinct just narrows it down to a single unique instance of the record that it finds. Pretty handy. That's an awesome SQL tool. So I'm going to go ahead and put that back in there. Alrighty. Now we want to dynamically, we've got the values that we want. Now we want to dynamically query when we select one of those values that we populated this with. So to do this, what we will do is double click on this combo box to generate a select index change event. So when whenever an item is selected, it'll automatically execute whatever code is in here. Now, because we made this smart in the beginning by basically piping a value into this album search, we can just reuse this nice little sub that we've already created. That's going to save us a lot of coding. So I'll just say album search, and we'll grab whatever text value is in that field. So we'll say cbxArtist.text, okay? So now whenever we select one of those artists, it's going to change the index and fire this event. At least it should if we did it right. Select Metallica. Awesome possum. Check that out. Aerosmith? You betcha. Willie Nelson? Uh-huh. And does this guy still work? Of course it does. Sorry, I can't find anything with that. Alrighty. See, that's pretty awesome stuff. And now you can use these in your own applications. If you have questions about how to use this with other databases, you know, we can try tackling that. I try to help everybody out as much as I can. You know, there's a lot of people out there with a lot of questions, and you know, it's hard to get to everybody, and I'm sorry if I miss any questions, but I do try my best to help everybody out. Still, feel free to, you know, ask questions in the comments section, leave your feedback, or, you know, if you know someone else that would find this video helpful, I appreciate it when you share. So, I hope this is worth your liking and subscribing. I wish you all well in your projects. And please do keep in mind that even though we're using Sql CE in this tutorial, this does work just the same in SQL Server and probably even other databases like MySQL if you have the connector for that, or Microsoft Access, and well, there's just a number of different database connectors out there that you can use. So, and pretty much all of the ADO.NET stuff is virtually identical. The only differences that I've ever seen are in these namespaces that you call here. So, you know, I mean, there's SQL servers, Firebird, MySQL, and tons of others. So if there's all of this code is, again, even this stuff is completely reusable. All you have to change are these, you know, wherever you have SQL CE, that has to be the proper namespace that you called before. So anyway, I hope this has been helpful, and wish you all well. Thanks again for watching, and take care. Bye-bye.